Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Congress is officially out of session for the summer, and that basically kicks off the start of preparations for the next election cycle. And you can tell the memo must have gone out to the shills and bootlicks and butt kissers, because Roly-Poly finally came out from behind the buffet line to try to get some attention for himself. Now, I'm not going to replay his silly little diatribe because we've heard it all before. The reason this clown is out here whining again is because he's still trying to prove to someone at DNC headquarters that he should get a consulting gig, and he knows what they want to hear is that he's going to attack the new voices of black media. The Democratic leadership that he's desperately trying to get a job from, they know exactly what happened last year. They didn't produce anything for black people, and you have a black media out here who reminds black folks, hey, these Democrats aren't producing anything for you, so don't produce any votes. No tangibles, no vote, no kidding. So that's the reason why Roly-Poly has suddenly found himself wanting to attack the new voices of black media again. He knows who's relevant and who's not. Though it's important to note that he ran off a lot of people's names. Now that's worth noting because it's an acknowledgement on his part that the black media has the shills outnumbered. Sure, the white media doesn't give us some token guest spot on one of their news panel shows, but so what? The younger crowd, the ones who matter, we've reached them on the internet, and even Roly has to admit that there's a lot of us out here now. We're all codified and on message. This is the same Roly, by the way, who said that Democrats need to forget about younger voters altogether because younger voters don't turn out to vote, and instead Democrats need to focus on the older voters. He said that mainly because older voters are the only people who will pay attention to these HBCU retreads like Roland, except the problem is that old black demographic, the boomers, they're dying out. And there's no new boomers being created. The older crowd are the only ones left who cared about the HBCU connections. They were the ones whose hearts went pitter-pat for that. But the rest of us, we know exactly what those guys are, and we don't trust them because they're untrustworthy. This is what happens the year before every major election, by the way. While the DNC's online shills and their social media operatives stay quiet, the cable news cast-offs like Roly start trying to make some noise. Well, those white Democrats he's trying to get money from are as clueless as he is if this is what they put him up to. And to prove it, the white media is trying to put a pretty face on things, but lipstick on a pig, or in this case a donkey, doesn't make it any prettier. You just made it look weird. CNN is claiming that Democratic voters are champing at the bit for the midterm elections. Why? They just can't wait to get out there and vote. They're far more motivated than the Republicans. That's what the headline was on July 17th, just 2 weeks ago. That's what CNN was reporting. And it's very interesting because only 24 hours before that, another white media outlet, Rolling Stone, was reporting that congressional Democrats' approval rating had hit a new record low. So in only 24 hours, Democrats went from record low approval from their own voters to record enthusiasm from those same supporters? Really? Now, as we all know, midterm elections almost always see whoever the president's party is thrown out of control of Congress. That's usually how the midterm elections goes. So as far as the white media is concerned, they can go ahead and seed the ground now for the narrative that the orange man was losing all of this support because he's going to lose control of Congress in the midterms, which happens to every president, but apparently is going to somehow be special or different this time around. At least that's the spin that they're going to try to put on it. And if that does happen, they'll be the main ones pointing to saying, see, it's exactly what we told you. When the truth of the matter was, this was literally the political equivalent of a self-fulfilling prophecy. But given how the Democrats have been fumbling the ball, there's no assurance of it, because back in March, CNN was reporting that the Democrats' approval rating had hit a new record low back then. People were shocked, I tell you. How could this happen, especially since the Orange Man was so unpopular with his ICE raids and threats of tariffs, etc.? Well, that's what they were reporting back in March at the height of all that. And now here we are months later, and the congressional Democrats have hit a brand new record low approval rating. At this point, though, they need to just call it a disapproval rating, because when you're this far underwater, that means nobody likes you. Meanwhile, the Orange Man's approval rating is remaining stable. You want to know why? Because Trump actually understands that he's got to produce something for his constituency, vile and base as they are. He understands that reality. This has been Trump's entire strategy. Like I told you, he doesn't have crossover appeal, and he's not even trying. His goal is to just maintain his position. He knows that if he can do that, that will be enough. So that's what he's doing. Now, let's be clear. Democrats already know what they have to do to turn these numbers around. The demands from the base have been crystal clear. The problem for the Democrats is they're beholden to the same white-moneyed interests of the Republicans. They have also gone on the record several times saying, we're not listening to the base. Oh, they're just a whole bunch of fringists and a bunch of lunatics. They're on the far edge. And what are their demands? Well, they're actually telling us we need to stand up to some of these institutional investors like the BlackRocks, Blackstones, Vanguards, and others. They're sitting here telling us that we're actually supposed to be taking a stand on issues that matter to them. That's really crazy. The Democrats have been the most shameless cheerleaders against their own voters. That's something that the Orange Man never does. Democrats are underwater. They know it. And what's their response? Send in the shills. Yeah, because that always works, doesn't it? And of course, all of this bad news is taking place on Hakeem Jeffries' watch. To hear the Democrats and the stuff that they've been feeding themselves for the last few years, they ought to have like a 90-point lead on Trump in all categories, but they don't. And it's no coincidence that you got both Roly-Poly and Hakeem Jeffries as the failed faces of the black misleadership class. That's what these guys are. Karen Bass is happy as a clam because she doesn't have to worry about black voters making things uncomfortable for her politically. But Hakeem Jeffries doesn't live in the political bubble of California, so he doesn't have that kind of insulation. For the Karen Basses of the political world, there's no reason for her to cave in to black demands because Democrats have all but purged black people from the largest state in America. But if Karen Bass thinks that she's going to be president, and make no mistake, she's dumb enough to try, she'll learn the same lesson Kamala Harris did. California politics is not national politics. Sure, California's Democratic political machine has created a bubble for itself. Because there's still a gargantuan economy, they do matter economically, but they fooled themselves into believing that since black voters can't make a big difference in their state, then that means black voters don't matter nationwide. As the old saying goes, as California goes, so goes the nation. But that's not true in all circumstances. The same way DeSantis thought that Republicans gerrymandering control of the state's political offices meant that he was so popular and that apparently they're just huffing their own farts and telling themselves how brilliant they are. And when DeSantis tried to run for office outside of his little fiefdom, he got crushed in record time. This is why their practice of carpet bombing the public with propaganda is so important to them. It's their way of conjuring magic, to make people believe things that don't really exist. But whether it be DeSantis, Hakeem Jeffries, or Roly-Poly, they're all finding out the hard way that reality always gets the last word. This game of being the controlled opposition is reaching the end of its rope. It's like Dr. King said, the days of fooling voters with gestures and winning elections on the cheap are over. Now we're at the point where money, real money, resources are going to have to change hands. Being the undercover whores for institutional investors like Blackstone and BlackRock, the days of Democrats pretending to be helpless are done. Democrats can't get by with simply saying, look how mean Trump is. You have to vote for us because we're not as mean as he is. That's the game they've always played, scaring people to the polls by pointing out how openly racist Republicans are. But at the same time, Democrats don't do anything to ever fight back against or roll back any of the Republicans' policies. And in many cases, Democrats actually actively supported what the Republicans have done. That's what nobody ever points out until the black media. The Rahm Emanuel strategy of running to the right isn't working, and the Nancy Pelosi Chuck Schumer strategy of using scare talk to manipulate people and work the base and get them so scared of the other guy that they just give up whatever demands they were making, that's not working either. A lot of people don't like Donald Trump. I certainly don't. Problem is, Democrats are not being an opposition party. They're just trying to con people into thinking they are. Well, their words ain't cutting it. We're at August, which is the dead season for DC politics because Congress is out of session, but it's also the time when people are getting ready to go into the next election cycle. So with the midterms next year, Democrats desperately need to prove that they can retake Congress. They need a clean sweep. One house of Congress won't be enough. If they do manage to take back both houses of Congress, you'll be able to count the seconds before the House of Representatives starts to issue articles of impeachment. This is the last chance they're going to get to slap Trump in the face. They know it's not going to actually lead to a real removal from office, but it won't have to. Just the fact that they can do it will be enough for them. But make no mistake, it's not the racism from the white right that's motivating the Democrats. Their entire shtick is the whole, this isn't who America is, but that lie got blown out of the water when the orange man swept all the swing states. The reality is Trump is exactly what America is. And the Democrats are trying to con everybody into believing otherwise. They're hoping to set up the pathetic narrative that anyone who's telling you to make demands is MAGA. That's what roly-poly's coming out. These people, they on the side of Trump. No, I'm on the side of my interests. If the Democrats are on the side of my interests, then I'll be for them. If they're not, then I'm not going to be for them at all. Only a fool supports somebody who doesn't support them. They all have the shills and the clowns who they set up and try to palm off as being grassroots, phony black grassroots types. They're going to all be screaming, by the way. That's going to kick into high gear in the next few months. You people, y'all can't be making any demands. Trump is destroying America. You just have to vote for nothing. And don't make any demands because that's too dangerous. Family, we were told that Project 2025 would be the imposition of the American Gestapo. Remember that? Well, there's been some ICE roundups, which, truth be told, hasn't been as widespread as it needs to be. But where's the death squads coming for us? This is what I told you 10 years ago when Trump was first running. What is Trump or any other Republican going to do that the Democrats haven't allowed them to do already? The black folks being gunned down by racist cops and anti-black civilians, that happened on Obama's watch. And when Biden got in there, he backed the police, not the people. We gave them control of the government, House, Senate, and the White House, and they repaid us by ignoring us. They let the DeSantises and the Greg Abbotts do whatever they wanted, and that was deliberate. Remember that next time roly-poly tries to tell you about what wrong is going on in some black enclave somewhere. Democrats have had control of Congress and the White House multiple times in the last 10 years, and they sat on their doggone hands and let black folks be poisoned with the water in Flint. They're letting black folks be poisoned with the water in Mississippi, and they're letting black folks be gentrified from sea to shining sea, and they ain't said boo about it. They've sat back and done nothing while the Republicans attack us, and they do it as a way to try to scare us into voting for the Democrats. Like, well, we're not going to do anything against the Republicans because we need the black folks to just be attacked, and hopefully they'll take so many blows that they'll feel like, oh, we got to vote for the Democrats just to either shut up the DeSantises or at least to try to blunt the force of some of their assaults against us. That's what they've been doing. They've been trying to sell us on the lie that if we vote for them, then that's going to be some sort of payback to these racist Republicans. Well, that's all tokenism, and people are done falling for the scam. The reason that the Democrats' base has turned its backs on them is because the Democrats turned their backs on the base a long time ago. That's the reason why people are not turning out to vote. This is a direct response to the Democrats' decades of inaction. Now, because of how the open racism of the Republicans has made it where people have been conditioned to think, well, if we say not to vote for the Democrats unless they give us something, well, isn't that basically saying you want the Republicans in power? No, it's not. What it's telling the Democrats is you have to do what we say. Otherwise, what's the point? That's common sense, family. That's how it actually works. That's how elections work when you're trying to get things done. That's what the black media has said to people. It's put a spine into people's backs and told them stop being afraid. That's why they hate us. We're not controlled opposition because they can't control us. We're not beholden to them. We have no sentimental attachment to them, and they don't have any monetary control over us either. As Brother Khalid Muhammad said, I don't want a job from you. I don't want money from you. I don't want a contract from you. I don't even want contact with you. That's the black media, but it ain't roly-poly. He wants all those things. He wants, I want a job from you. I want some money from you. I want a contract from you, a consultant gig. And what I really want from you, master, is contact with you. I want contact with you, master. Where's my hug? That's the bootlick media, but it ain't the black media. We don't want Democrats to give us a job or put us on some BS cable news panel or to give us some nonsense consulting gig. Roly-poly's been out there since the beginning of time begging, but it makes sense. A worm like him belongs on his knees. They were all hoping that we were going to go away, that they could wait us out. Well, it's been 18 years now, and we're still here. Now, their shills and their phony little sock puppet grassroots that they tried to stand up every single year, those clowns are gone. Nobody knows where they are because they didn't last. The entire goal was to try to trick you into paying attention to some counterfeit knockoff of Black empowerment mouthpieces. They found out the hard way that they can try to do some weak imitation of some of our verbiage, but at the end of the day, the message of the Black media is so antagonistic to white supremacy. It is so wholeheartedly Black empowerment. They can't even really afford to use our verbiage, not the way it is. They got to come with some other words, some weasel words. But people aren't falling for the scam. And we're going to make sure that it stays that way. We're not in this for the sake of winning some election. This is not about the next election cycle. This is about the next generation. This is about how things are going to be for the next 100 years. It's about putting an end to the systematic, deliberate, intentional deprivation of our people and bringing us back to the prominence that we have earned and that we deserve. So as the Democrats' poll numbers continue to crater and they continue to set record low disapproval ratings on a near monthly basis, they can go ahead and try to feed themselves all the feel-good headlines they want. But the people who are actually supposed to be concerned are not the mindless, brain-dead folk who actually still listen to the white media. The people they need to reach are the Black masses, the ones who tuned them out years ago. Now, of course, especially these white media outlets, they don't have to listen to the Black grassroots at all. They can go ahead and try to take refuge inside of their dream-o-rama all they want. But if that's what they're going to do, they might want to go ahead and squirrel away a little bit of extra cash. That way they can continue to pay this extortion money to Trump as they all try to desperately survive the next 4 years. And sure, they'll more than likely make it. But it's going to be a hell of a lot harder, and they'll have a lot less to show for it if the orange man manages to hold on to Congress next year. But truth be told, ignoring the Black grassroots, that's not really a smart strategy for the white media either. Because about the only people whose approval rating is lower than Congress is the white media's. And you know what? If they blame the Black media for that, that's just fine by us too. Good day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Sorry I'm late, but I was tired. And to be honest, I really thought about playing hooky, but I thought better of it. Make sure that you hit the like button. Please also make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000 and hit the like button while you're over there. Make sure you subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips. I haven't really looked at it lately, but make sure you subscribe. I actually think that I don't live in the world that Professor Black Truth does. The Black grassroots, that bears some thinking about. Number one, where the majority of Black people live, Texas over to Florida, then Georgia and South Carolina, those are all Republican states. So, you know, if Black people have that much power, these would be red states. I'm not exactly sure where he's going with this, but I think that he overestimates the power of Black people, even in the Democratic Party. So he's entitled to his opinion, and he is right about the numbers. It's just how he's interpreting these numbers that are wrong. And also the other thing, Democrats' numbers hitting a record low multiple times, you can hate the Republicans and still not like the Democrats either. And, you know, just to note, Professor Black Truth's one of his main planks is reparations. And Democrats aren't going to go for reparations. Even Black Democrats, Wes Moore of Maryland, governor of Maryland, is the perfect example. I'm not exactly sure what world he lives in, but it's not the one I live in. So, what's up, 12th man?
Hey, Stanley. Good morning.
Good morning. So we
I
move
probably
on.
won't bother you for long.
Okay. So we're going to move into the Daily Trump. Hold on, let me grab my
The
glasses here.
Daily Trump.
Oh, yeah. You remember
Are we
back
still
when
talking
Biden was...
about this guy?
Which guy?
Trump.
Professor. Well,
No, I'm kidding, Stanley. Go ahead.
he does things to make us talk about him every day. So I actually watched before I came on air yesterday. I actually watched Trump leaving Scotland, and it was heartwarming to see him walking hand in hand with his two grandkids, or two of his grandkids. But we will go back to the Epstein stuff. Apparently, President says
Of course.
Epstein friendship. Well, he did a fairly long press conference on board Air Force One, and of course, Epstein came up. So, President says Epstein friendship ended over stolen worker, and I'm going to go through a few of these. Well, here's the deal. Trump basically says the friendship with Epstein ended because Epstein kept poaching Mar-a-Lago workers
in 2005.
Okay, I
Right.
don't exactly know why you need to talk. My thing is that President Trump, being friends with Epstein, he knew what these young females were being poached to do, and he did nothing about it. Okay, he wants to make this some sort of worker dispute. These girls were being poached and, quote, working for Epstein. Trump knew what was going on. So if I thought Trump had no class, now I think he has no morality. So Trump is digging himself a hole, and he's going to put himself at a point where even his base is going to have some problems supporting him like they do. And says right here, Epstein explanation. President Trump said he ended his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein because the financier had hired away, in quotes, spa attendants at Mar-a-Lago. They were spa attendants. The other thing that was interesting is Virginia Giuffre. I think that's how you pronounce her name. Why was she working in the spa at 14 years old? That's weird. Why do you want a 14-year-old girl working in a massage parlor, basically?
Yeah.
Jesus. So it says here, he said of Virginia Giuffre, a known victim of Mr. Epstein's sex trafficking ring. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that that was one of the people. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know, none whatsoever. Okay, bottom line is Trump knew what stolen away spa attendants were going to be doing for Epstein, and he did absolutely nothing about it. And, maybe the action was, hey, stop doing it. We're going to break our friendship. But dude, if the man is trafficking young girls, underage girls, you do more than say, hey, don't come to Mar-a-Lago. Dude, what kind of, you know what? Those who say nothing are complicit is what I have to say. So, and speaking of Epstein, well, Ghislaine Maxwell, convicted Jeffrey Epstein associate makes pitch to Supreme Court. Let me play this. And standing in front of, apparently she's in a Ralph Lauren store or something.
Convicted Epstein co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell is now appealing to the Supreme Court just days after sitting down with the DOJ. Maxwell's legal team argues that the government has a, quote, obligation to honor a non-prosecution agreement with Jeffrey Epstein that they say protects her from any criminal charges. This comes after hours after President Trump maintained that he's allowed to pardon Maxwell, even though nobody's asked him about it. Take a listen.
I wouldn't pardon it.
But nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me
She's
about it.
complicit.
Okay, I don't know why you're talking over this.
And I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche met with Maxwell for 9 hours last week in Florida. Sources tell ABC News that she initiated the meetings and received limited immunity for the statements that she made. So for more on this, I want to bring in our congressional correspondent, Jay O'Brien, who covers Capitol Hill. And Jay, first, can you break down this appeal for us?
Yeah, so this is Ghislaine Maxwell and her attorneys going to the U.S. Supreme Court to essentially say that her conviction should be tossed out because she was covered, they argue, under a 2007 non-prosecution agreement that Jeffrey Epstein reached with the U.S. government and specifically the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida. The way that this agreement came together is that federal prosecutors, again, this is in 2005 to 6 to 2007, went to Jeffrey Epstein and said that if you pled guilty to state charges and you registered as a sex offender, the government wouldn't prosecute you for federal charges. And therefore, they give him this non-prosecution agreement, which doesn't just name Jeffrey Epstein, but it also names alleged co-conspirators, both named and unnamed in this non-prosecution agreement. So what Ghislaine Maxwell says is, okay, that non-prosecution agreement that the government reached with Epstein in 2007 also applies to me. That's the argument she's giving to the United States Supreme Court. Now, what the federal government has said in the past is that because Ghislaine Maxwell wasn't a party to that agreement, firstly, it doesn't apply to her. And even if this agreement did apply to her, the argument they've made in the past is that because it was struck in Florida, in the Southern District of Florida, it doesn't apply to these charges that were brought against Jeffrey Epstein and ultimately Ghislaine Maxwell in 2019 and onward in New York, a different U.S. Attorney's Office. So that's what's no doubt going to be haggled in front of the United States Supreme Court if the Supreme Court ultimately does take this case, Alex, and it's still a big if.
Well, and Jay, Republican Thomas Massie and Democrat Ro Khanna are some of the loudest voices in Congress demanding transparency. Here's what they said yesterday on This Week. Take a listen.
I think we should get a lot more than just the book. Let's get the financial records of the estate. Follow the money. It's hard to believe that she herself and Epstein did these crimes by themselves, right? Yeah. So it's time to find out who else was involved.
I have skepticism, given she was indicted of perjury, given she has a motive for getting a pardon, and I'm concerned about restoring justice for the victims.
Well, and Jay, I think the big question here is, can Congress actually force the administration to do anything here?
They can if they passed legislation to this effect. And there's a bill, one is Ro Khanna's bill, one is Thomas Massie's bill, but they've said they would support one another as well, that would compel the release of the records that the Department of Justice has that relate to Jeffrey Epstein. And Thomas Massie will tell you that he's also got the buy-in from 12 or so hardline Republicans who have signed on as co-sponsors to his legislation. So ultimately, if this bill were to be pushed procedurally out onto the House floor for a vote, it could pass with a big chunk of Democrats and those 12 or so hardline Republicans. But I say, Alex, that it'd have to be pushed procedurally because Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican leadership who control the floor, have seemed to signal that they would not support putting this legislation on the floor because it would compel the administration to do something that Speaker Johnson argues the administration is already doing. Obviously, Thomas Massie doesn't buy into that argument. So what he and Ro Khanna would have to do is do something called a discharge petition, which would essentially force this bill onto the floor against the wishes of leadership. They would need the support of all House Democrats, and again, a pretty big, significant chunk of House Republicans to actually push this bill out onto the floor. And the quickest they could do that would be September because the House is out on recess until the late summer.
Yeah, very interesting timeline there. Jay O'Brien, I appreciate that.
All right. Well, ooh, what else? Now stop it here, because we saw part of that press conference day before yesterday. Let's see, what else do we have here? This is from July 24th. Somehow or another, wound up missing this talking about this, but John Galt brought it up yesterday. Trump order pushes forcible hospitalization of homeless people. This is going to wind up in court, but I guess Trump's going to make a valiant try.
You're listening to Trump order pushes forcible hospitalization of homeless people, a news story written by David Ovalle and read by an AI-generated voice. President Donald Trump has directed federal agencies to find ways to make it easier to forcibly hospitalize homeless people with mental illness and addiction for longer periods, an effort to fight what the administration calls vagrancy, threatening the streets of U.S. cities. An executive order signed Thursday pushes federal agencies to overturn state and federal legal precedent that limits how local and state governments can involuntarily commit people who pose a risk to themselves or others. The order said shifting homeless people into long-term institutional settings will restore public order. Surrendering our cities and citizens to disorder and fear is neither compassionate to the homeless nor other citizens, Trump's order said. The impact of Trump's executive order remains unclear because states set laws and handle the process of involuntary commitments. Critics warned that such a policy threatens returning the nation to a darker era when people were often unjustly locked away in mental health institutions and does nothing to help people afford housing. The safest communities are those with the most housing and resources, not those that make it a crime to be poor or sick. Jesse Rabinowitz, communications director of the National Homelessness Law Center, said in a statement. He called forced treatment unethical and ineffective. Critics say cash-strapped states will not have the space to keep more people detained. The executive order, however, says federal resources could ensure detainees with serious mental illness are not released into the public because of a lack of bed space in jails or hospitals. The order also instructs agencies to prioritize funding for mental health and drug courts, and to not fund harm reduction programs that the administration said facilitate illegal drug use. It also called for agencies to prioritize funding states and cities that to the maximum extent enforce laws on open-air drug use, prohibitions on urban camping, loitering, and squatting. The executive order was issued as the Trump administration has slashed more than $1 billion in COVID-era grants administered by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration and is proposing to slash hundreds of millions more in agency grants. There's no question we need to do more to address both homelessness and untreated substance use disorder and mental health conditions in the U.S., said Regina LaBelle, the director of the Addiction and Public Policy Initiative at the Georgetown University Law Center and a former drug policy official in the Biden White House. But issuing an executive order, while disinvesting in treatment and other funding that will help prevent homelessness and untreated health conditions, will do nothing to address the fundamental issues facing the country. Homelessness and perceptions of street crime run amok has proved a potent issue for Trump and Republican leaders as the nation grapples with a mounting housing crisis. The Supreme Court last year ruled that cities may ban homeless residents from sleeping outside, rejecting a constitutional challenge to a set of anti-camping laws. Trump signed the executive order about 3 months after the Justice Department asked agency officials who oversee grant distributions to brainstorm ways to clear encampments and boost involuntary hospitalizations as part of an aggressive push to drive homeless people from public spaces. Dozens of states have added to or expanded involuntary commitment laws during the past decade. That includes states controlled by Democrats, an illustration that political momentum has shifted toward a more aggressive approach to dealing with the inextricably intertwined crises of mental health and addiction. Oregon state lawmakers, after years of contentious debate and failed attempts, are pushing forward with a bill that would make it easier to force someone who is a danger to themselves or others into treatment. In California, a law went into effect this year, expanding the criteria for who is eligible for involuntary commitments to include those suffering from substance use disorders. Governor Gavin Newsom, Democrat, a potential 2028 presidential candidate who is often criticized by Trump on the issue of public safety, said the law would ensure no one falls through the cracks, and that people get the help they need and the respect they deserve. In New York, state lawmakers this year cemented earlier state guidance that allowed first responders to involuntarily commit people with severe mental illnesses who cannot meet their own basic needs, such as obtaining medical care, shelter, or food. The law was pushed by Governor Kathy Hochul, Democrat, who has faced criticism regarding public safety against the backdrop of high-profile acts of violence involving mentally ill people in New York City, and a push by Mayor Eric Adams for more forced commitments. While there may be an uptick in police officers transporting people to the hospital, it is doubtful that significantly more people will actually be admitted for forced treatment. A former Assistant Secretary for Human Services and Mental Hygiene under.
Yes, sir. Could you, I just wanted to offer some historical context to all this because it was Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan that cut mental health services, and why we don't have large institutions for sick people anymore. The ones that aren't supposed to be in society or whatever. And your family used to be able to commit someone in your family if they were just Looney Tune batshit crazy, but all that went out the window with the Supreme Court decision that said you basically can't hold sick people indefinitely. Like they have rights to, right?
Well, of course they do. And I think that this, I'll even give Trump a little bit of credit, at doing something. But once again, the intent or the goal is good. The method is bad. Okay. This big, beautiful bill is actually going to be closing down some of these rural hospitals. And, the two aren't necessarily connected, but I think that some of these facilities could probably be used. If you're going to force people into treatment facilities, it just doesn't seem, smart to close down some rural hospital. I don't see a whole lot of homeless, say, out where I live. They tend to congregate over in Atlanta under bridges and stuff like that.
Yes,
but funny enough, Atlanta cracked down on these encampments because years ago now, some random hobo literally wound up starting a fire hot enough to melt concrete. They literally had to he basically caused a bridge collapse. So they basically, it's years ago. I'll see if I think about it. I'll see, can I find that story? It was right along I-20, I think it was. And I take I-20 every time I go to Savannah. So there's some problems. First off, I would much rather see Congress actually put something into law. These executive orders don't have the force of law. We all know that. And the other thing is President Trump just got tired of seeing people camping out in Lafayette Square. So he could basically see them from the White House, and he just didn't think it was proper. So I think that, again, worthy goal. The method is sloppy and slapdash. And, I think that Congress is there. Congress is there for a reason other than, just, kissing his ring.
Well, Stanley, I think that you need to sober up if you're going to get like a free house, like a free place to live or whatever on the taxpayer dime, then you gotta sober the fuck up. Get off the drugs and we'll give you a place to live. How about that? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, he could have. You know what? Like I said, he did something. Even if you don't necessarily think the method is anything other than window dressing.
Well, I
So,
don't know what they're gonna be able to do about, because me and my friend Representative Ben Carpenter were talking about this yesterday, and like, well, how do you solve the homeless issue? Because you have one third, Stanley, in there that, you know, some bad circumstances happened and they need a hand up. Okay.
right. Well, I guess Trump's helping hand. I guess Trump's helping hand is going to force them into mental health facilities.
And then you have another third of the homeless population. They're just belligerent. They want to be homeless, drunks, and drug addicts or whatever, Stanley. And then you have another third of the population. There's like three thirds, and like they're all different, right? You have a third of the population that's just mentally fucked up. They can't take care of themselves or for whatever reason. And then you have a third that just happen to be down on their luck. And then you have a third that just basically flip off society. We're gonna
Right.
do
All right. Well,
drugs
let's move on to the next news story. Emil
Okay.
Bove, who was some bigwig at the Justice Department, apparently has been confirmed to be an appeals court judge. I didn't. Or
who's that?
Emil Bove. If I recall, he was one of Trump's personal lawyers. It says here. Well, you know what?
Right?
Why read it? Kind of looks like a old-fashioned Dracula.
The Senate voted Tuesday night to confirm Emil Bove as a federal appeals court judge, ending a contentious confirmation in which the top Justice Department official and former attorney for Donald Trump was the target of 3 whistleblower complaints alleging he put the president's agenda above legal principles. The 50-49 vote giving Bove a seat on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit was mostly along party lines, with Senators Lisa Murkowski, Republican Alaska, and Susan Collins, Republican Maine, joining Democrats in voting against Bove. Senator Bill Hagerty, Republican Tennessee, was not in attendance and did not vote. Bove has been the most controversial of the 15 judges whom Trump has nominated to date in his second term, with Senate Democrats and 3 whistleblowers saying he is unfit for a job in which he would be expected to make judicial rulings without consideration of politics. The president formally nominated Bove, who represented Trump in 3 of the 4 criminal cases against him, in June for the court, which takes cases from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and the Virgin Islands. His nomination had been on a faster timeline than most, and Democrats complained that the speedy process did not allow for ample debate, walking out of a hearing on his nomination because Republicans would not allow more discussion. Hundreds of former prosecutors wrote a letter urging the Senate to reject Bove's nomination, calling him the worst conceivable nominee. Bove has played a central role in the Trump administration's efforts to fire career prosecutors and in crafting its legal strategy on immigration. 2 whistleblowers accused him of telling subordinates in a March meeting that they may need to ignore court orders that would hamper Trump's campaign to deport millions of undocumented immigrants. One of them, Erez Reuveni, who was fired from the Justice Department in April, went public with his account. A third whistleblower shared evidence with lawmakers that Bove misled them during his confirmation hearing last month about his handling of the dismissal of public corruption charges against New York Mayor Eric Adams, which led to the ouster of prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York and the Justice Department's Public Integrity Section. Aides to Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican Iowa, the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, met with the third whistleblower's lawyers Monday to review the allegations. Since it seems very likely Mr. Bove lied to senators, he never should become a federal judge, Senate Minority Leader Charles E. Schumer, Democrat New York, said after the vote, calling it a dark day. Bove's record convinced Collins that she should not support him. Mr. Bove's political profile and some of the actions he has taken in his leadership roles at the Department of Justice cause me to conclude he would not serve as an impartial jurist, Collins said in a statement. Other Republicans were not persuaded. Senator Tom Tillis, Republican North Carolina, helped to sink Ed Martin, Trump's nominee to be U.S. Attorney for D.C., because of Martin's support for the pro-Trump rioters who attacked the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. But Tillis said he was not persuaded by the accusations against Bove and faulted the third whistleblower for not sharing evidence with the committee earlier. If I get any recommendation to move forward and speak to a whistleblower, then I'd be open to that, Tillis told reporters before the vote. But I'm not going to do it as a one-off. I think that we have to follow the committee process and make sure that whistleblower has at least attempted to reach out and have a meeting with the committee staff or the chair. Liz Goodwin contributed to this report.
SKC, I thought I read somewhere that Emo Bove actually has Supreme Court ambitions. So we shall see. I would like to see Thomas and Alito go, especially Alito. Alito's a fucking maniac. That dude needs retirement so he can hang out with the grandkids or something. So next story, Pamela Bondi has filed a complaint against alleging misconduct by James Boasberg. He's the one who gave Trump fits with Abrego Garcia. So this is going to be interesting. And how often does an actual U.S. Attorney General file complaints against federal judges? It's like an attack on the other two branches of government with these guys.
Bondi DOJ files complaint alleging misconduct by federal judge James Boasberg. The Department of Justice has filed an official complaint alleging misconduct by U.S. District Court Chief Judge James Boasberg. Fox News has reviewed the complaint, which was written by Attorney General Pam Bondi's Chief of Staff Chad Mazzell and addressed to the Chief Judge of the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, Sri Srinivasan. Fox News has learned that the complaint was written and filed at the direction of Attorney General Pam Bondi. The Department of Justice respectfully submits this complaint alleging misconduct by U.S. District Court Chief Judge James E. Boasberg for making improper public comments about President Donald J. Trump to the Chief Justice of the United States and other federal judges that have undermined the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary, says Mr. Mazzell. Judge Boasberg is presiding over a high-profile case involving the deportation of several migrants to El Salvador and has talked about holding DOJ lawyers in contempt because of his assertion that his order to turn airborne planes around was not followed. President Trump has also made critical comments about Judge Boasberg. The complaint details 2 occasions on which Judge Boasberg made comments the DOJ alleges undermine the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. On March 11, 2025, Judge Boasberg attended a session of the Judicial Conference of the United States, which exists to discuss administrative matters like budgets, security, and facilities. While there, Judge Boasberg attempted to improperly influence Chief Justice Roberts and roughly 24 other federal judges by straying from the traditional topics to express his belief that the Trump administration would disregard rulings of federal courts and trigger a constitutional crisis. Although his comments would be inappropriate even if they had some basis, they were even worse because Judge Boasberg had no basis. the Trump administration has always complied with all court orders. Nor did Judge Boasberg identify any purported violations of court orders to justify his unprecedented predictions. Within days of those statements, Judge Boasberg began acting on his preconceived belief that the Trump administration would not follow court orders. First, although he lacked authority to do so, he issued a temporary restraining order preventing the government from removing violent Tren de Aragua terrorists, which the Supreme Court summarily vacated. Taken together, Judge Boasberg's words and deeds violate canons of the Code of Conduct for United States judges and erode public confidence in judicial neutrality and warrant a formal investigation. The DOJ is asking Chief Judge Srinivasan to refer the complaint to a special investigative committee, as an inquiry is essential to determine whether Judge Boasberg's conduct constitutes conduct prejudicial to the effective and expeditious administration of the business of the courts. The complaint also asks that Judge Boasberg be taken off the case involving Venezuelan migrants who were deported to El Salvador to prevent further erosion of public confidence while the investigation proceeds. The case in question is JG v. Trump. This is the second time the Bondi DOJ has filed an official complaint against a federal judge. In late February, the DOJ filed a complaint about U.S. District Judge Ana Reyes concerning what the DOJ calls Judge Reyes' misconduct during the proceedings in Nicholas Talbot et al. V. Donald J. Trump et al., which is a case brought by two LGBTQ groups challenging the Trump administration's executive orders barring transgender individuals from serving in the U.S. military.
Yeah, good luck with that, AG Bondi. So here's another story about the band of fuck-ups that we call the Trump cabinet. Pete Hegseth's team lashes out at Pentagon's internal Signalgate review. Dude, they got caught red-handed, and this dude, he would do better just to let it go, but he's not that bright.
Hola, bienvenidos a IKEA. Esa cara la conozco. Se están preparando para la uni, ¿cierto?
Hola. Ay, sí, y hasta ahora no hemos encontrado un mueble que le guste a mi hijo y a mi bolso.
The remarks appeared in a written statement by Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell, who also acknowledged for the first time publicly that Hegseth has provided a statement to the Defense Department Inspector General's team that makes clear his belief that this entire exercise is a sham, conducted in bad faith and with extreme bias. The choice of words, witch hunt, borrows from language invoked by President Donald Trump when his actions have faced scrutiny and appears to be a preemptive strike designed to undermine the review's legitimacy even before the Inspector General's findings are released publicly. That could happen within weeks. The Inspector General review, requested on a bipartisan basis by Senators Roger Wicker, Republican Mississippi, Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and Jack Reed, Rhode Island, the committee's top Democrat, is expected to dissect the degree to which Hegseth and his team followed Defense Department policy while using unclassified commercial messaging applications, especially Signal, for official business. The controversy, which has dogged the former Fox News personality for much of his tenure at the Pentagon, erupted in March when an editor from The Atlantic magazine was accidentally added to a Signal group chat in which Hegseth and other top Trump administration officials coordinated a forthcoming U.S. bombing campaign in Yemen. Hegseth's role in the group chat has come under especially close scrutiny because his Signal account shared sensitive, advanced details about the military strikes before they occurred. Molly Halpern, a spokeswoman for the Inspector General's office, declined to comment, citing long-standing policy barring the independent internal watchdog from doing so while a case remains open. Wicker, the Armed Services Committee's Republican chairman, could not immediately be reached for comment. Reed, in a statement, criticized Hegseth's team for the allegation. The civilian leadership of the Department of Defense is not above the law, he said. To suggest that the nonpartisan Inspector General is doing anything other than their impartial duties is simply wrong. Taxpayers and military personnel deserve to know the truth, and the Inspector General's office has a responsibility to follow all evidence and report its independent findings. Parnell's statement was first reported Tuesday by the New York Times within an article examining Trump's desire to meet personally with senior military officers who are nominated for prestigious assignments. It follows a report last week by the Washington Post that revealed the Inspector General's team was in receipt of evidence indicating the messages disseminated through Hegseth's account on the unclassified chat app originated from a classified email sent to senior Pentagon officials by the top officer overseeing U.S. operations in the Middle East, General Michael Eric Kurilla. The email was labeled Secret No-Forn, a classification level at which unauthorized disclosure could be expected to cause serious damage to U.S.
Yeah, I don't think we need to get that knee deep. Basically, these guys were caught red-handed, and unfortunately, Pete Hegseth does not have enough sense to just kind of squash it. If Trump has not fired him yet over this, he'll be fine. So this is from the Washington Examiner. White House hopes positive GDP report will placate recession panicans. That's never heard that word before. Says here, President Donald Trump is hoping highly anticipated economic data, particularly Wednesday's second quarter economic growth report, will placate recession panicans after the president upended the economy with his tariff and trade policies. Now, this is the Examiner using the term upend. In part, Trump won last year's election because of the perception that he would be better for the economy after a 40-year high inflation, at least in comparison to then Vice President Kamala Harris following 4 years of former President Joe Biden. This is poorly written. Yuck. But 6 months into his second administration, after stock market turmoil and amid ongoing business uncertainty, Trump has an average net negative approval rating regarding the economy, 42% approve, 57% disapprove, according to Real Clear Politics. For context, Trump's general average approval is less net negative. It 46 approve, 51 disapprove. However, the White House hopes Wednesday's second quarter gross domestic product report from the Commerce Department's Bureau of Economic Analysis will help change that and quiet so-called panicans, Trump's term for his doubters. That is because the GDP report is expected to find that the economy expanded at an annual rate of between 2 and 3% during the second quarter of the year, contrast to contracting by 0.5% during the first 3 months of 2024. Well, look, there's a whole lot less back and forth. You know, today you have a tariff, tomorrow we're going to delay the tariff. Trump at least had sense enough at some point to stop rubber banding, these tariffs. I'm going to say that, the economy could have expanded, or the GDP number could be higher had he not been, a taco in that first quarter. So good for him. He had some growth. Let's hope he can continue it. So, and you know what? While I'm here, I might as well, if this is the story I think it is, let's play this story. Because I was going to talk about it later, but they may be talking about it now.
20-25%. Yeah, I think so. President Trump said India could face new tariffs under a new trade deal.
India's been a good friend, but India has charged basically more tariffs than almost any other country. You know that, right? Over the years.
However, he also said the deal is not finalized, leaving the door open for further negotiations. If imposed, the rate would be similar to the 26% tariff Trump rolled out for India in April on Liberation Day that has since been paused. The U.S. is working to finalize trade deals with top trading partners ahead of the August 1st deadline for Trump to implement his Liberation Day tariffs. Preliminary agreements have been reached with the European Union, the United Kingdom, and Japan, among others, but not India as of yet. India historically has implemented high tariffs on trading partners. For example, earlier this year, it agreed to slash import duties on American bourbon, but only from 150% to 100%. Trump said things will have to change now that he's in office.
All right. Well, I kind of like the way the Washington Examiner does all these videos. We may have to explore that more. So let's see here. And let's go here. And I know that SKC is champing at the bit to hear about this. U.S. economy grew in second quarter as tariffs scrambled data.
U.S. economy grew in second quarter as tariffs scrambled data. This article is by Ben Castleman and read by an automated voice. Economic growth softened in the first half of the year as tariffs and uncertainty upended business plans and scrambled consumer spending decisions. The disruptions extended to the economic data itself. Gross domestic product, adjusted for inflation, increased at a 3% annual rate in the second quarter, the Commerce Department said on Wednesday. On the surface, that appeared to represent a strong rebound from the first 3 months of the year, when output contracted at a 0.5% rate. But both those figures were skewed in opposite directions by big swings in trade and inventories caused by President Trump's ever-shifting tariff policies. Taken as a whole, the data from the first 6 months of the year tell a more consistent story of anemic, though positive, economic growth. Many forecasters expect a further deterioration in the months ahead as tariffs work their way through supply chains, federal job cuts filter through the economy, and stricter immigration policies take a toll on industries that rely on foreign-born workers. We don't think we've seen the full effects from tariffs yet, said Michael Gapin, chief U.S. economist from Morgan Stanley. I don't see how we power through without a soft patch, at least for a little while. But the economy has repeatedly defied such gloomy predictions in recent years, and some forecasters believe it could do so again. Unemployment remains low, measures of consumer confidence have rebounded, and tariffs have so far done little to push up prices overall. The tax and spending bill passed by Congress this month could also provide a short-term boost to economic activity, although many budget experts have warned that it could pose a long-term risk by adding trillions to the federal debt. We're going to look back and either say, wow, the economy was super resilient and these things didn't matter as much as we thought they would, or we're going to say, yeah, you could kind of feel it was weakening, said Louise Shiner, an economist at the Brookings Institution. I think we just don't know. Officials at the Federal Reserve will be weighing those dueling narratives at their meeting on Wednesday. They are widely expected to hold interest rates steady, but a flood of economic data this week could help decide whether and when they will cut rates again. The data released on Wednesday showed that consumer spending grew at a 1.4% annual rate in the second quarter. That was a modest acceleration from the 0.5% rate in the beginning of the year, but was well below the 2.8% growth in spending in 2024. The second quarter figures are preliminary and will be revised at least twice in coming months as more complete data becomes available. Those revisions can be significant. Many economists initially dismissed the contraction in GDP in the first quarter because consumer spending was solid and measures of underlying growth were strong. But subsequent updates made the first quarter look significantly weaker than the preliminary data had suggested.
Yeah, I look forward to that. Biden left Trump with a pretty good economy. So he'll have to do his worst to reverse it completely. But we still have half a year left. So this next story, I know SKC is going to love. Global economy is weathering Trump's tariff assault, IMF says.
You're listening to Global Economy is Weathering Trump's Tariff Assault, IMF says. a news story written by David J. Lynch and read by an AI-generated voice. The global economy has shrugged off President Donald Trump's trade policy revolution and is growing faster than expected, the International Monetary Fund said in a new report. Global output will expand at an annual rate of 3% this year and 3.1% in 2026, up from the 2.8% and 3% rates predicted in April, the fund said. In the United States, the outlook is a bit brighter as well. The economy this year is expected to grow at an annual rate of 1.9%, a tick above the April forecast, and reach 2% in 2026, better than the 1.7% predicted 3 months ago. The updated assessment represents an about-face from the fund's April World Economic Outlook, which predicted a significant slowdown. Trade war costs were lower than expected this spring because major importers accelerated shipments of foreign products to take delivery before tariffs hit, and the president's steepest tariffs were never implemented. Improving global financial conditions and increased government spending in the United States, Germany, and China also boosted activity. This resilience is welcome, but it is also tenuous. While the trade shock could turn out to be less severe than initially feared, it is still sizable, and evidence is mounting that it is hurting the global economy, said Pierre-Olivier Gourinchas, the IMF's chief economist. The IMF analysis amounted to a verdict of so far so good on the global economy's performance amid the U.S. embrace of the highest tariffs since the 1930s. Still, the full effect of increased U.S. tariffs has yet to be felt. The global economy is growing slower than in 2024 and trails its pre-pandemic average of 3.7%. The global outlook also remains shadowed by geopolitical tensions in Europe and the Middle East, as well as concerns over the swollen U.S. government budget deficit, the IMF said. Other analysts are more gloomy. Goldman Sachs economists said last week that global activity was approaching stall speed. Tariff effects on the U.S. economy, the world's largest, will become more noticeable as companies replenish their exhausted inventories with higher-priced imports, Goldman said. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has played down the link between Trump's trade policy and retail prices, telling Bloomberg News last week, "Thus far, we've seen very little, if any, price pressures from the tariffs. Consumer prices rose in June at an annualized rate of 2.7%, up from an annualized 2.4% in May," the government reported this month. The IMF noted a pickup in U.S. inflation stemming from tariffs and the weaker dollar, which also makes imported products relatively more expensive. The impact on inflation, which is already running above the Federal Reserve's 2% target for price stability, is expected to push prices higher in the second half of this year. The fund said U.S. growth should improve in 2026, in part because of a boost in business investment fueled by the president's signature tax bill. But growth could suffer if companies that ordered extra imports to get ahead of tariffs throttle back over the rest of this year. Elsewhere, European growth is expected to reach 1% this year, thanks largely to a surge in Irish pharmaceutical exports to the U.S. ahead of Trump's threatened tariffs. Chinese growth is pegged at 4.8% this year, 0.8 percentage points higher than expected.
And now, another mouthwatering recipe idea from Maricon, the world's finest.
Oh my Lord. You know what? I might have to cancel my Washington Post subscription. So speaking of global trade, Trump softened stance on China amid trade talks and summit push. As I've been saying for quite some time, China is the only country on earth that can stand Trump up and punch back. So we're not going to listen to the whole article because it's kind of longish, but I want to make sure folks know that China doesn't have to play by Trump's rules.
Hola, bienvenidos IKEA. Esa cara la conozco. Se están preparando para la uni, ¿cierto?
Hola. Ay, sí. Y hasta ahora no hemos encontrado un mueble que le guste a mi hijo y a mi bolsillo.
Cientos de puntos de recogida y más.
Ooh, and they're long commercials.
You're listening to Trump's softened stance on China amid trade talks and summit push. A news story written by Ellen Nakashima and Noah Robertson and read by an AI-generated voice. The Trump administration has softened its approach to Beijing amid high-stakes trade talks this week, and in advance of a potential fall summit between President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. The moves include dissuading Taiwan's leader from making planned stopovers in the United States next month, postponing a meeting between Taipei's defense minister and top Pentagon leaders in June, and pausing new export controls on China, according to more than a dozen current and former U.S. officials and other people familiar with the actions. Critics of the nascent détente, including both Republicans and Democrats, have warned that the recent moves could undermine U.S. national security and impact regional alliances. Their concern is that Trump's desire to strike a trade deal with China is sidelining administration efforts to more forcefully compete with Beijing economically, technologically, and militarily. China is aggressively seeking to displace the U.S. and its Western allies in emerging technologies such as AI and quantum computing, which it sees as the key to accelerating its military modernization and global economic dominance. The president cares more about American businesses getting access to China's market than he seems to about national security concerns with Beijing, said Michael Sobolik, a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute. The trip by Taiwan President Lai Ching-te, which was tentatively slated for early August to include stops in Dallas and New York City on a visit to diplomatic allies in Latin America, was pulled down after the Trump administration tried to change the itinerary, according to 3 people familiar with the matter, who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to avoid retaliation. One person said the administration sought to have Lai avoid major cities and limit public engagement. They didn't say absolutely no, but they put so many restrictions on the stopovers that it was clear they didn't want it, a second person said. Beijing, which claims Taiwan as its own and views any U.S. engagement with Taiwanese officials as a provocation, had intensely lobbied the administration and China experts in Washington to discourage the visit. Asked for comment, Taiwan's unofficial embassy in Washington pointed to an earlier statement from Lai's office that the president currently has no plans for overseas visits in the near future. The cancellation of Lai's trip after pressure from the Trump administration was first reported by the Financial Times. These concessions send a dangerous signal that America's approach to Taiwan is negotiable, said Eli Ratner, a former senior defense official in the Biden administration. That will only lead to more Chinese pressure and coercion. For Beijing, the hunger will grow with the eating. The latest round of trade talks in Stockholm concluded Tuesday with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying the president would have to decide whether to extend a trade truce between the two countries. President Trump has publicly discussed his desire for a constructive relationship with China, who is sending rare earth magnets to the United States, White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly said in a statement. He is focused on advancing American interests, such as leveling the playing field for American industries and getting China to stop the flow of fentanyl into our country. Lai isn't the first senior Taiwanese official to see his U.S. trip canceled this year. Taiwanese Minister of National Defense Wellington Koo was scheduled to visit Washington in June for high-level meetings with Pentagon officials, including Policy Chief Elbridge Colby, according to 2 other people familiar with the situation. Those meetings were abruptly canceled by the U.S. after Xi urged Trump to limit U.S. engagement with Taiwan during a phone call earlier in June, the 2 people said. Washington has yet to reschedule the meetings. Meanwhile, the administration is weighing whether to directly ship more military equipment to Taiwan.
Yeah, I'll stop it there. If anybody wants the rest of this article, just let me know. We're going to shift gears here. Supreme Court temporarily pauses rollbacks to Voting Rights Act. This kind of surprises me. You know what? I thought I had a subscription to Axios. Well, let's see. It says here the Supreme Court paused a lower court's ruling that would have weakened the Voting Rights Act on Thursday morning. Native American groups that brought the suit a temporary win. Okay, well, I understand why. These are Native American groups, and Gorsuch has a thing for Native American groups. So I was thinking I'd get a longer article. I thought I had a subscription to Axios. This story is kind of near and dear to my heart. I used to have a friend of mine whose brother was a transportation lawyer for Norfolk Southern. And when I lived in Norfolk, you know, the Norfolk Southern Railroad was right downtown. Um, so looks like Union Pacific to buy Norfolk Southern, and the merger could create the United States' first coast-to-coast rail network. That is kind of surprising. I mean, rail has been around for quite some time.
Union Pacific to buy Norfolk Southern in $85 billion railroad deal. This article is by Peter Evis and read by an automated voice. Union Pacific, a freight rail giant, announced on Tuesday that it had reached an agreement to acquire Norfolk Southern, another large railroad, in a deal worth $85 billion. The merger would create the United States' first coast-to-coast rail network and span some 50,000 miles across 43 states. But the deal would put around 2/5 of rail freight in the hands of one company, raising fears that it would reduce competition in a crucial industry. Union Pacific, which operates west of the Mississippi River, and Norfolk Southern, whose tracks are mostly east of it, said the combined company would deliver freight faster by eliminating the need to switch railroads and opening new routes. This is a great merger for America. It opens up more options for shippers, Jim Vena, chief executive of Union Pacific, said in an interview, referring to the companies that transport goods over rail. Union Pacific is offering cash and stock to buy Norfolk Southern for $72 billion. Adding Norfolk Southern's debt takes the company's enterprise value to over $85 billion. It will make the railroads more efficient, said Tony Hatch, a veteran rail analyst at ABH Consulting, and it adds reliability, which is the biggest rail issue. The combined company will be called Union Pacific and have over 50,000 employees, 4/5 of them belonging to unions. On Tuesday, rail unions expressed concern that the merger might undermine safety on the combined railroad and threaten job security. This proposed merger may look impressive on paper, but we've seen how consolidation often plays out in the real world, Mike Baldwin, president of the Brotherhood of Railroad Signalmen, a rail union, said in a statement. Mr. Vena said Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern had strong safety records and disputed that the merger might lead to a less safe railroad. In an interview on Tuesday, Mark George, chief executive of Norfolk Southern, said he believed the unions would support the merger when they saw that it would increase hiring. By coming together, we're going to be able to get on a growth trajectory again, and that means more jobs, he said. The merger announcement comes 2.5 years after a Norfolk Southern train carrying hazardous materials derailed in East Palestine, Ohio, upending life in the town for months. Mr. George said the remaining financial liabilities stemming from the accident would become the responsibility of the merged company. The Surface Transportation Board, a federal rail regulator, will have to review Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern's merger proposal to assess its impact on competition in an industry already dominated by a small number of companies. Lawmakers are already expressing skepticism about the deal. In a letter sent on Tuesday to the Transportation Board, Senators Tammy Baldwin, Democrat of Wisconsin, and Roger Marshall, Republican of Kansas, said they were concerned that the deal would increase costs, create more unreliable service for U.S. shippers, and reduce overall competition in a market where the number of carriers has diminished since 1950. Because Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern do not operate in each other's regions, the tie-up would not reduce choice between railroads in those areas. Still, the companies together accounted for 43% of all rail freight movements last year, according to an analysis of regulatory carload data by Jason Miller, a professor of supply chain management at Michigan State University. Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern are most likely betting that the Trump administration, already pushing deregulation in the rail industry, will approve the deal. On Tuesday, the companies said they hope to complete the merger in early 2027. Over the years, freight rail has lost business to trucking companies. Customers have chosen trucks, even though they are more expensive, because they are quicker and more reliable. One of the big problems is that rail freight moving across the country has to be switched from one railroad to another in places like Chicago, where bottlenecks occur. Mr. Vena said the merged railroad would be able to build trains at origin that didn't have to stop in Chicago. Still, the two railroads' customers, large companies that ship coal, cars, chemicals, and shipping containers filled with consumer goods, will be concerned that the combined company will use its power to charge higher rates. The merger would cut the number of major freight railroads in the United States to 5 from 6. Most of the freight, however, is carried by just 4 companies: Union Pacific, Norfolk Southern, CSX, and Berkshire Hathaway's BNSF. If BNSF and CSX were to also combine, as some analysts expect, nearly 90% of rail freight would be in the hands of 2 companies. A spokeswoman for BNSF declined to comment, but pointed to Warren E. Buffett's denial last week that Berkshire had hired bankers from Goldman Sachs to assess a deal with CSX. On a call with analysts last week, CSX's chief executive, Joseph Hinrichs, declined to comment on merger speculation. The Surface Transportation Board can require that Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern take actions aimed at limiting their influence, like giving competitors the right to run trains on their merged network. Mr. Vina noted on Tuesday that Union Pacific has a track-sharing arrangement with BNSF in the Northwest. Under its rules, the Transportation Board will assess not just whether the merger upholds competition, but whether the merger enhances it, a potentially demanding standard. The board is currently split between 2 Democratic appointees and 2 Republicans. A 5th board member, to be appointed by President Trump, may not be installed for many months. Mr. Vina said he expected the Transportation Board to agree to the merger after assessing whether the deal was good for customers. They'll approve this, we're very confident of this, or we wouldn't have taken this step, he said. And some logistics experts said the threat to competition from rail mergers might not be as serious as it looked. Mr. Miller, the supply chain professor, said that even if the 4 largest railroads became 2, they would still face serious competition from trucking, particularly for goods moved in containers. They wouldn't have much pricing power, he said. The merger would be a milestone in American railroading history. George J. Gould, a powerful businessman, came close to creating a coast-to-coast railroad early in the last century, but the effort fell apart in the 1907 financial panic. Amtrak runs coast to coast, but not all the way on its own tracks. Norfolk Southern's stock fell 3% on Tuesday, and Union Pacific's was down 2.4%.
Huh, that's interesting. And I actually, I don't know when, but I've been toying with doing a round trip, train trip, from the East Coast to the West Coast. I've always had a thing for trains since I was a kid. I had the prerequisite toy train set. So who knows? Maybe it'll be a birthday present or something. So let's see, what else is next? I don't know if anyone heard about the tsunami. Apparently in Russia, there was an earthquake and put Hawaii under a tsunami alert. So let's hear this. Well, it's just music. I guess I'll have to read it. So tsunami waves. Actually, you know what? No, I don't have it. Tsunami waves reached Hawaii and the West Coast after one of the strongest earthquakes in recorded history, a magnitude 8.8.
Right now, parking lot.
Oh, there is sound. Well, I'll pause that. 8.8 struck off Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula on July 29, but evacuation orders in Hawaii were lifted hours later. The waves began arriving in Hawaii after 7 p.m. local time. I guess that's yesterday. But initial observations were heartening to officials bracing for major damage in the state. By 10:45, authorities announced that the tsunami warning system had downgraded risk to the state from a tsunami warning to just an warning to just an advisory. There were no major reports of damage. So looks like Hawaii dodged a bullet and or a wave, and apparently tsunami waves began to arrive at Crescent City, California, and Humboldt Bay overnight. So I guess they're sighs of relief in Hawaii. And nobody went out to hang 10 on the tsunami waves. So we will move on very quickly through this Palestinian news because there's a third story on the topic that I find actually really interesting. But UK says it will recognize Palestinian statehood in September unless Israel agrees to a ceasefire and a two-state solution. So that is extremely interesting. And this is after, obviously this must have President Trump's approval. On July 29, 2025, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer stated that the United Kingdom is prepared to recognize Palestine at the United Nations during its September session if Israel does not implement meaningful measures to resolve the crisis in Gaza. So that is a very interesting development. And then Netherlands bans far-right Israeli ministers as EU considers sanctions over Gaza. So Israel is pissing some folks off. And even Trump yesterday during that press conference, well, actually it wasn't yesterday, it was a few days ago, people are starting to go, what the hell are you doing? And Trump did defend Israel, saying, hey, these people want their hostages back. But, as a buddy of mine in the Navy used to say, stand the fuck by. This is going to get interesting. And the most interesting, Qatar, Saudi, Egypt joint call for Hamas to disarm, give up Gaza rule. So now we've got, admittedly, pro U.S. allies in the Middle East, but I think that says something, especially Egypt, who, literally kept Palestinian refugees out, during the height of this conflict. So on Tuesday at a United Nations conference in New York, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt joined calls for Hamas to disarm and relinquish control of Gaza. So, this is kind of a two-pronged thing. I will definitely stay tuned because this has got to end. There are like 60,000 people that have died during the this conflict, and people are literally dying, going for bags of rice and flour. And I'm glad to see that pressure is being put on both sides. Trump administration live. Let's see, we talked about this. Trump announces 25% on 25% tariffs on India as talks continue. Basically, Trump is trying to force India to stop taking oil from Russia. So Trump's pissed off at Russia, and apparently he's going to use his ability to impose tariffs to hit Putin's source of hard currency. Probably should have done it earlier. India's been taking oil from Russia for a few years now, like 2 years. So I have to show this story. What's up there, Dave? What's up, Mike? What is up, Frost? Good to see you. So this is going to be my favorite story of the day. Faced with threats of 50% tariffs and demands to end a criminal case, Lula da Silva said he wouldn't take orders from President Trump. I love it. We are going to hear this story. And actually, there's a video. I guess I'll have to go back and find it, because we can't just hear the story. We have to see the video. Well, I'll just play this.
No one is defying Trump like Brazil's president. This article is by
Lula.
Jack Nikes and read by an automated voice. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva of Brazil is outraged. President Trump is trying to push around his nation of 200 million, dangling 50% tariffs as a threat, Mr. Lula said in an interview. And yet, he added, the US president is ignoring his government's offers to talk. Be sure that we are treating this with the utmost seriousness. But seriousness does not require subservience, the Brazilian president said. I treat everyone with great respect, but I want to be treated with respect. Mr. Lula granted his first interview to the New York Times in 13 years on Tuesday, in part because he wanted to speak to the American people about his frustration with Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump has said that, starting on Friday, he plans to impose 50% tariffs on Brazilian goods, in large part because Brazilian authorities have charged former President Jair Bolsonaro with trying to hold on to power after losing the 2022 election. Mr. Trump has called the case a witch hunt and wants it dropped. Mr. Lula said that was not up for negotiation. Maybe he doesn't know that here in Brazil, the judiciary is independent, he said. In the interview, Mr. Lula said that the American president is infringing on Brazil's sovereignty. At no point will Brazil negotiate as if it were a small country up against a big country, he said. We know the economic power of the United States, we recognize the military power of the United States, we recognize the technological size of the United States, but that doesn't make us afraid, he added. It makes us concerned. There is perhaps no world leader defying President Trump as strongly as Mr. Lula, the president of Brazil, a leftist in his third term, who is arguably this century's most important Latin American statesman, has been hitting back at Mr. Trump in speeches across Brazil. His social media pages have suddenly become filled with references to Brazil's sovereignty. And he has taken to wearing a hat that says, Brazil belongs to Brazilians. On Tuesday, he said that he was studying retaliatory tariffs against American exports if Mr. Trump carries through with his threats. And he said that if the January 6th, 2021 riot on the U.S. Capitol had happened in Brazil, Mr. Trump would be facing prosecution just like Mr. Bolsonaro. The democratic state of law for us is a sacred thing, he said in a lofty room draped in a colorful tapestry in the modernist presidential palace, where emus roam the lawns. Because we have already lived through dictatorships, and we don't want any more. The White House did not respond to a request for comment. Mr. Trump has gone after Brazil to come to the aid of his ally, Mr. Bolsonaro. His proposed 50% tariffs would be among the highest levies he has issued against any country, and they appear to be the only ones driven by overtly political reasons and not economic ones. Mr. Trump has said that he sees his own legal fight in the criminal trial against Mr. Bolsonaro. Mr. Trump and Mr. Bolsonaro, two politicians with strikingly similar political styles, both lost re-election and then both denied having lost. Their subsequent efforts to undermine the vote culminated in mobs of their supporters storming their nation's Capitol buildings in failed bids to prevent the election winners from assuming the presidency. The stark difference is that 4 years later, Mr. Trump returned to power, while Mr. Bolsonaro is now facing prison. This month, Alexandre de Moraes, the Brazilian Supreme Court justice overseeing Mr. Bolsonaro's criminal case, ordered the former Brazilian president to wear an ankle monitor ahead of his upcoming trial on coup charges. Justice Moraes said that Mr. Bolsonaro's efforts to lobby Mr. Trump suggested he might try to flee the country. Mr. Bolsonaro could face decades in prison if convicted. In an interview with The Times in January, Mr. Bolsonaro said that to avoid prosecution...
I have to tell you honestly, I would encourage Bolsonaro to flee the country, just so you could blame President Trump. You know, hey, you know what? You supported this international criminal. People, these world leaders just don't think diabolically, and we really need to start encouraging our political leaders to be, Trump level diabolical and cruel. Even those of us on the left have to start, getting a spine.
In Brazil, he was pinning his hopes on intervention from Mr. Trump. At the time, the wish seemed unrealistic. Then, this month, Mr. Trump intervened. In a July 9th letter to Mr. Lula, Mr. Trump called the criminal case against Mr. Bolsonaro an international disgrace and compared it to his own past charges. "It happened to me times 10, he said. He also criticized Justice Moraes for his rulings on social media content. And he said that Brazil was an unfair trading partner, claiming incorrectly that the United States had a trade deficit with Brazil. The United States had a $7.4 billion trade surplus."
All right. Well, we've had enough of that. We get the idea. I am glad to see Lula standing up to Trump. More countries need to start doing that. So this is interesting. I just found out about this, and I've actually emailed the link to this video to Portia. Extremely interesting.
People on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes working to shine a spotlight on diversity. Enter the ladies of Texas Today, Jasmine Caldwell, Tahisha Moyes, and Ashley Carter. They made history this year by becoming the first all-woman, all-black news team in America. The trio host a popular morning newscast at our NBC affiliate KCEN in the Waco area. And they told me, well, they didn't see many people who looked like them on the news when they were growing up. They hope their success will inspire the next generation of young journalists. There are a lot of news shows out there right now. What do viewers who tune into your show get?
I think they get news with a side of sass.
Can you imagine, like, if we all just sat up here and bathed
I would have to say something. We're going to use deodorant. We'll tell you what you need to know.
First up, breaking news from Temple, where all lanes of West Adams are shut down.
And then we'll tell you the tea on some things that we know.
When I do get snow cones, I always have to make sure I get, like, light colors, like clear. Because if I get blue or red,
stains the mouth.
3 different personalities, but we mesh so well together. And, once we are off the desk, we still are friends, and it comes across on the desk. What am I chewing?
There's like a white chocolate.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
chips in there. That's what it tastes like, I think.
Like, I chewed something. Is that supposed to be in here?
Wait a second. Let me inspect this a little further.
How are you flipping the script?
Meteorology is a really male-dominated field, and then you see even less of Black women or people of color who are meteorologists. So just coming to work every day, that's how I'm flipping it.
For me, flipping the script is coming to work as my most authentic self. For me, that's wearing my natural hair, my curls out, or today wearing my braids.
I'm flipping the script by daring to be different, staying true to myself, and just being an all-around stellar news anchor. Good time right now, 6:04, now time for the morning rush.
Tahisha, why is it what you're doing so important?
I think it's important because we are now starting to reflect the community that we give the news to every day. And for so many years, that just wasn't the case. Welcome back, everyone. Texans, we have a new Bluebell flavor you're going to want to try.
Do you hear from the community, and what do you hear from the community?
Well, I went to a banquet this weekend, and there was this woman who told me, she said, I just love watching you and Ashley and Tahisha every morning. Like, sometimes I'm not even listening to the news. I just want to see your faces, and I have my daughter watch you as we're preparing, to get ready for the school or for the work day. Another example, me and Ashley were in Walmart on Friday.
Yeah.
And we were checking out, and they wanted to take photos. So we had to, stop what we were doing with our bags in hands and take photos with some of the Walmart employees there. So it's great.
Well, you wear your slippers. I don't know if I'm outing you.
Yeah, I do.
You wear
my
your slippers. So I feel like Crocs would be. Slippers and her AKA socks.
When you hear those reactions, what does that mean to you?
the weight of knowing that we are role models for so many people.
Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes working to shine a spotlight on diversity. Enter the ladies of Texas Today, Jasmine Caldwell. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes working to shine a spotlight on diversity. Enter the ladies of Texas Today, Jasmine Caldwell, Tahisha Moyes, and Ashley Carter. They made history this year by becoming the first all-woman, all-black news team in America. The trio host a popular morning newscast at our NBC affiliate, KCEN, in the Waco area. And they told me, well, they didn't see many people who looked like them on the news when they were growing up. They hope their success will inspire the next generation of young journalists. There are a lot of news shows out there right now. What do viewers who tune into your show get?
I think they get news with a side of sass.
Can you imagine, like, if we all just sat up here and bathed
I would have to say something. We're going to use deodorant.
We'll tell you what you need to know.
First up, breaking news from Temple, where all lanes of West Adams are shut down.
And then we'll tell you the tea on some things that we know.
When I do get snow cones, I always have to make sure I get like light colors, like clear, because if I get blue or red,
stains the mouth.
Stains the mouth. 3 different personalities, but we mesh so well together. And, you know, once we are off the desk, we still are friends, and it comes across on the desk. What am I chewing?
There's like a white chocolate.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
chips in there. That's what it tastes like, I think.
Like, I chewed something. Is that supposed to be in here?
Wait a second. Let me inspect this a little further.
How are you flipping the script?
Meteorology is a really male-dominated field, and then you see even less of Black women or people of color who are meteorologists. So just coming to work
Ashley and Jasmine are both part of the
every morning, that much more for so many people.
When you hear those reactions, what does that mean to you?
The weight of knowing that we are role models for so many people and a dream come true for so many others. It makes waking up every morning that much more important. It makes the job so much worth it.
Ashley and Jasmine are both part of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, which boasts a number of famous pledges, including Vice President Kamala Harris.
The sorority has been so supportive. I'm a part of the local chapter here, and they brag on me and Ashley all the time.
And the thing about AKA is they love to brag. So,
So yeah, very supportive. They got Kamala, and now they got us.
Right. just beneath Kamala. I love it. Yeah, you always hear people say, like, you want to be the first, but you don't want to be the last. I'm hoping that now bosses in different markets and news stations are saying we don't have to do this cookie cutter way of news where you have to have a man and a woman anchor and this has to be your meteorologist. Give the people who are the best for the job, no matter what they look like, their race, gender, the job, and you're going to get good results regardless because of their talent, not because how they look.
That was a fun conversation. Our thanks to Jasmine, Tahisha, and Ashley for sharing their stories. As for what's next, the 3 of them say they would love to win an Emmy.
Oh, I'm loving what's going on in the chat. So much I could roast. And the theme for this current state of the chat, Brian Nichols, Kyle, Deacon Dave, WWWMD. And it's not weapons of mass destruction. It's what would white men do? That is literally what the anti-black blacks, like, they wake up in first thing in the morning going, well, what would a white man do? Y'all are sad. Bottom line is these women don't give a fuck what you think, for starters. Number 2, this weird thing that these 3 women represent all black women is retarded. It is literally 1935 called me and they want their attitude back. y'all sound old-fashioned to the point of anachronistic, and farther than that, just plain old weak. Whining about women you don't know is hilarious. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to do this. And then I do have another video I want to... actually, you know what? I just saw something that looks even better. Oh, there we go. You know what? We're going to do this. You know what? Actually, I'm going to hold off on this, and we're going to go directly to Trump bashing because it's more fun. And let's see here. What do we have? Let's do some Trump bashing.
Far smarter than me to break down some big topics. And today I have yet again a recurring guest, the mighty, the great Jemele Hill. You know her, you love her. She's a contributing writer to The Atlantic. You should follow her on all the socials. And folks, we were supposed to do this on Substack Live, but Jamele's phone was racist, and that's the only thing I could think of. I was this close. I could hear her, I could see her, but she could not hear me. So we're doing this via Zoom. It's okay, it'll work. And I wanted to bring Jemele on because I have noticed that Donald Trump in the past 2 weeks, he's in some heavy waters, and he's playing the classics, as they say, Jemele, and the classics are racism. And in order to distract from Epstein, he has gone against, it's so shocking, a lot of black folks.
I'm gonna have to use that
on
one.
the rest of us, but it
Racism
doesn't seem to be working this time. So Jemele, I want to break that down and also break down how that has been part and parcel of MAGA, and also the misogyny that has been part and parcel of MAGA, that people are now all of a sudden just discovering, Jemele, as this Epstein scandal, which by the way has always been there for 2 decades, has finally been brought to the forefront. So wanted to have your take on President Trump as the Epstein scandal is unfolding. He decides to talk about a man who has not been president for a very, very long time, President Obama.
Yeah, so I think you sort of alluded to this in the lead up, is that he is just basically playing the hits. The hits are Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. And so he's just like interchanging their names and just bringing them in to conversations that, one, they don't belong in, and two, to distract the fact that when are you going to release these files? Or it's starting to give the appearance of somebody who's quite guilty, and that whatever in the files must be something pretty, pretty unsavory, because why would you be going through such lengths to distract people from a promise that you made unsolicited to your base? You were the one that dug this hole, because let's be honest, like I don't even know that Democrats even cared about this at all. I think most of us had kind of buried this in the, okay, this is over, let's move on. You have, obviously Jeffrey Epstein, he is dead. Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. It just kind of seemed like, okay, we wrapped this up. The fact that he did not deliver these files and the rest of his administration started acting so shady, starting with Dan Bongino and then Pam Bondi. I have the list. No, I don't have the list. I lied about the list. It's like, y'all are looking like some Keystone Cops right now. And the only thing, or at least a hit that he knows his base responds to, is throwing Obama's name around, now accusing him of treason, now saying Hillary was in on it. And what happens is that at some point, people start to realize you don't have any new material. And it's not like you have any basis of arrest for Barack Obama. Like, you don't have anything. So I think, I won't say his followers are starting to wake up, because frankly, I gave up a long time ago that was going to happen. But I do think at least some of them are starting to wonder if they're not being played. If they're like, I know it's crazy because it's like he's been played you. Like, we're the rest of us who are living in the same world understand that he's been played you. But I think this really is going to be something that is going to be a huge negative for him going forward, because I don't know what he can do to get from up under it. Like, unless he produces some evidence or something that is like, ha, like, I think he's boxed himself in to a point where this is going to end poorly for him.
I agree with you. And as we're recording this on a Tuesday, some breaking news, folks. We just found out right now, as just went live with Jamel, taped with Jamel because we tried to go live, was Ghislaine Maxwell will only testify for immunity or clemency, lawyers say. Folks who have been following as closely as I have, Todd Blanche, who was Donald Trump's personal attorney, who's now now an attorney general, met with Ghislaine Maxwell in prison for 2 days, shrouded by secrecy. And voila, after 2 days, Ghislaine Maxwell's attorneys yesterday emerged and said, please, Donald Trump and Supreme Court, pardon her. She is a victim. And right now, again, it just came out, she will only speak for immunity and clemency. And, if I was, say, guilty, what I would do, I would, not sit there and incriminate myself and make matters worse. Donald Trump, instead of saying, I will never pardon this pedophile Ghislaine Maxwell, who, by the way, folks, she was a pedophile. She not only groomed and recruiting these girls, but she also abused them. I would say, I will never pardon her. He's saying, I haven't thought about it, right? I wouldn't send my own personal attorney under shroud of secrecy to talk to this pedophile. I wouldn't, I don't know, Jamel, fire Maureen Comey, the special prosecutor. I wouldn't know, like you said, after 10 years having my henchman, Diane Bongino, promote this conspiracy, tell everyone, it's a hoax, and it's no longer the Epstein files, it's the Epstein hoax created by Clinton and Obama, and anyone who follows you're a fool. And then he goes back to the racism, folks. And I think this is a key to understanding MAGA. Do you remember when he threatened the Washington Commanders last week, Jamel?
I do.
1 second, let me get my cat out. My cat tries to escape. All right. Okay, people are forgetting, but I try to keep the receipts. Jamel.
So he comes out of nowhere, and again, this is part of him playing the hits. Like you said, he reverts back to the racism because he doesn't really have anything new. So suddenly he's putting pressure on the Washington Commanders to revert back to their old name, which is racist. And he also told the Cleveland Guardians, the same thing, like, go back to it. And with Cleveland, it was very much out of the blue. I mean, he has no pressure he can apply to the Guardians, really. And with Washington, they are trying to get a stadium deal done right now to rebuild at RFK. And he is sort of basically threatening that he will become an enemy in this process unless they go back to the old name, something no one asked for. And his justification for doing it is that a great many of our great Native Americans, he always speaks in the possessive when it comes to people of color, that they're personally his, that whole slave plantation mentality that he has. And he's trying to convince people that, no, they want the name back. And I was like, really? Because I don't think you probably have had a conversation with an indigenous person to say this for sure. Now, he's not totally wrong in the sense that there were some Native Americans who did not mind that was the name. Yeah. But of which I say, there are also some Black people who don't mind when white people use the N-word in front of them.
That's right.
My whole thing is, what is the upside of actually doing it? We know the history of this word. We know what it means. I mean, there's no upside in having something that racist because it also invites people. The larger issue is that it invites people to treat indigenous people like caricatures and like toys and mascots. And that in itself is a certain kind of dehumanization. So like, why would we want to return to that? And he's just determined to drag us back to basically the worst versions of this country. And I think it all has to do with this Epstein stuff. And think about the situation that he's in. Is that, okay, she says she's only testifying if she is given immunity and clemency. As much of a degenerate as I think Donald Trump is, he can't do that because what this will create, well, number one, unless she has some new information, I mean, there's a thick caseload of people and names and all this. Like, does she have some new information that's going to implicate somebody else? Or are you basically providing her clemency and cover so that she exonerates you, which is not a good enough reason to do that? As you pointed out, not only did she procure girls for Jeffrey Epstein, she abused them as well. So you're going to let somebody like that out of prison to save your own ass. And I'm sorry, this is often a phrase you don't use with Donald Trump, but even for him, that would be a new low.
Yeah, well, there's more and more lows coming out because as we're recording this about 2 hours ago, I don't know if you saw that reporters asked Donald Trump, well, when you were in Scotland and we asked you about these questions about Epstein, you said you had a falling out because he was poaching or taking some of your employees. And Donald Trump said, people were taken out of the spa hired by Epstein. I told them, we don't want you taking our people, whether it's spa or not spa. He did it again. And I said, out of here. Reporter, was one of the stolen people Virginia Giuffre? Virginia Giuffre was 16 years old, working at Mar-a-Lago, was recruited, groomed by Maxwell, and then she just killed herself, folks, via suicide in April. A tragic story. She was one of the most prominent individuals, victims, who named not just Epstein, but also Prince Andrew. And then Trump said this, you said own. He looks at, he treats people of color, especially as he owns them as property. Also women. This is how we responded, Jamel. Trump, I think so. He stole her. Your response. That was at 3 p.m. today.
So,
Yeah, I commented on that earlier. Donald Trump is so weird. Okay, like he owns these people. And I know what he meant. Basically he was her employer and, poached would have been a better word. But I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. Donald Trump had known Epstein for a while. Epstein was a member of Mar-a-Lago at the time. And if the best he could do was, hey, don't do it again. And then when it happened again, hey, I'm going to ban you from the club and we're no longer friends. That's all he did. Dude, this is literally, if this had been known before President Trump was president, I don't doubt he would still be president, but there'd be a little bit more of a taint on Trump. Let's see. What's up, John? It's like he traded the Merchant of Death for an WNBA player or something. I'm not sure I even get that reference.
I feel like we are at this point with this person so many times, and that he's brought us to this point as a nation. Is that who are we? Like, really? I mean, I know the political divide is deep, and I know people are on opposing sides, and I get all that. A lot of which was always there, but I think he created a sense of normalcy with it and gave it a permission that was different.
That's right.
And at some point, we have to look at this person and say, that's not a good representation of who we are. That's not actually who we should want to be. And if we are in any way resembling this, we don't need to be that anymore. And so I wonder, what is it going to take for people to look at this and say, you know where we should all be able to draw the line easily? And some of this applies to what's happening in Gaza. We shouldn't be debating starvation of children. We shouldn't be debating child sex predators and people who abuse their power to take advantage of helpless and vulnerable people. Like, that shouldn't be a debate. Why is this a debate? And so him saying that signals to me that it wasn't really about something. Like, if you say you've fallen out with somebody, if he would have said, because I thought the dude was a creep, I thought that like perhaps there was something unsavory going on, I protected my people, I told him I never want to see you again. That's a different response as opposed to he stole her, which meant when somebody steals something from you, one, you consider a possession, and two, it's a possession that you feel like you have the same rights as they do.
That's right.
So that means he stole them from you in what way and in what context? And what does that mean? Does that mean that, well, this was mine to do as I wanted, and then he took it? What? We are talking about child trafficking here. We're talking about sex trafficking. So what is it that you're trying to say? And so
what's even more infuriating, Jamel, is I should rebrand this conversation because I forgot to mention it's not just racism, it's misogyny. It's the old hits. This is who he is. This is who he has always been. I always try to remind people that this is a man who was credibly accused of sexual assault by numerous women, nearly 24 women. This is a man who Ivana, who later recanted it, his first wife, said that he raped her during their marriage. This is a man who sexualized his own daughter's appearances, right? To the point where John Kelly in the first administration allegedly said, "Sir, that's your daughter." This is a man who, Tiffany, that he had with Marla when she was just a year old, he said, yeah, he has Tiffany, she has Tiffany's legs. Let's see if she has this part, referring to the chest. This is a man who was partying with Jeffrey Epstein since the late 80s. This is a man who, in 2002, said Jeffrey Epstein, great guy, in a party with him, but he likes them young. And so we're sitting here thinking, could it be possible that this man might be a pedo? Could it be possible this might be a freaking sexual assaulter? He was held liable for sexual assault. E. Jean Carroll, he lost the case, and for defamation. And the fact that, and even the racism, you and I keep the receipts, right? Like, this is a man who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times to wish for a death sentence for teenagers, black and brown teenagers, who were wrongfully convicted, the Central Park Five, who became the Exonerated Five. And folks, you would think, after all these years, after these poor boys lost so much of their life or traumatized, after they were exonerated by DNA evidence, you would say, I was wrong, I wish them well. He can't even do that, Jamel. To this day, people forget that Donald Trump still says that they're guilty. This is who he is. This is who he's always been. And people say, well, you know what, this will always really bother me about Biden and other folks who, you know, look with fondness to a past of America, right? They're always talking about restoration instead of reformation. Biden said, this is not who we are. And I think the rest of us were saying, I think this is what America's always been. Racist, capitalist, and misogynist. Your take.
No, I think that's right. That's why I tried to be careful with the phrasing and say, we got to look at and assess, like, is this who we want to be? And the suggestion that I'm trying to make is that we have kind of always been a version of this. And
Well,
we've been
I'm going to stop this right here. The question, is this who we want to be? I think the jury's in on this one. The verdict is yes. America wants to be this way. That's why they elected Donald Trump. Stop having hope, to be honest. America, the majority of Americans, the majority of the voting public, last November decided, yes, this is who we want to be, and this is who we want to represent us. This hope and change bullshit that people like Jamel Hill, I think that's her last name, you know, it's always good to be a bit optimistic, but dude, we are 250 years in and we're still as racist, sexist, and anti-intellectual, and, you know, cater too much to morons and occasionally elect them to represent the country. This isn't going to change. So we need to maybe move to a more defensive crouch. How do we protect ourselves from people like Donald Trump? To me, that seems the better strategy.
The versions have been different in severity depending on the time that we're living at. That there have been certainly some decades, some moments, some years where we've been a better version of ourselves than we have in the past. But I think right now we're pretty much at that time in history where we're among the worst versions of who we are as a country, simply because what we have tolerated and allowed to take hold as the leadership. You know, Donald Trump, for good or bad, is the face of this country right now. And when people see that face, and when they hear comments like that, and when they see him constantly drilling into racism and misogyny as a country, it's not just embarrassing. It also is getting us to become used to this being this type of leadership and this type of vibe that we're giving off. And so that's why I said, like, at some point, we have to really have a very long conversation with ourselves about what we're allowing in this country right now, what we're allowing to be the representation of who we are. So none of this, while none of this is necessarily surprising, it's still a part of it that is disappointing, shocking, and you just wonder, like, what is it going to take for us to get out of it? Because my fear, and I think the fear is becoming more of a truth every day, is we're going to get so accustomed to being this that even after Donald Trump is gone, the permanent stain of what he has left and the legacy and other people realizing, like, oh, this is what I need to do to get to the seat of power, I think it's going to be with us perhaps permanently.
Yeah, I believe this is generational damage, what he's done even in the last 6 months. I was talking to David Rothkopf, who had a meeting with all these experts who said the damage that Donald Trump and this MAGA administration has done is generational. People think that the 2026 election, a snap of our fingers, will bring everything back. No, folks. Once the Department of Education is gone, USAID is gone, these government agencies are gone. It's very hard to bring them back, but also our reputation around the world. You know this, Jamel. People are turning away from us. Literally, people are poaching our best minds in science and in AI, and like, come to China, come to Japan, come to Europe. And people are like, why the hell should I go to this country? Like I always tell people, if there was a 5% chance that I was visiting a foreign country and me or my family and my wife and my kids could get friggin' detained for 6 hours because I forgot my passport in the hotel, would I ever go to that country? Hell no. But, these conversations, many of us, you, me, a lot of people of color have been saying for 10 years, ever since the ascent of Donald Trump and the mainstreaming of MAGA. But what this also shows is the double standards, I think, because the rest of us are saying, you're just waking up, America. You're just waking up, corporate media. You just realize it's not economic anxiety. Oh, you just finally got the courage, corporate media, to talk about Epstein. The reason why, let's be honest, they're talking about Epstein is because MAGA's talking about it, because he radicalized their base. And when the right wing talked about it, that's when corporate media and some Democrats finally got the steal to say, aha, we got the permission. Now, I want to bring the receipts. I remember, because I was earlier today, I was sitting somewhere doing some work, and I saw Pat McAfee show. It was just coming on the screen. And Pat McAfee and Joe Rogan, folks, Joe Rogan, the UFC is a sport, UFC commentator, right? They're talking about Epstein, and Pat McAfee has Aaron Rodgers, and they're talking about politics, right? And that's okay. But I remember when you were bringing this up when you're on ESPN, oh no, Jamel, you've gone woke. Don't bring politics into sports.
Let me pause this right quick because I have a couple sidebars. To the Trump part, Department of Justice says Epstein Maxwell grand jury transcripts only consist of law enforcement testimony. Oh, this is awesome. Nothing here but law enforcement. You know what? Oh, this is just gonna get better. And then to the immigration stuff, this is actually rather interesting.
What happened, but I just kind of felt the need I had to. So as you guys know, I went on a cruise, but what's interesting is what happened when I got off the cruise. I was leaving the cruise ship, and when you pass through, you go through Border Patrol. And I wasn't thinking anything of it. I had my 3 suitcases, which was large, medium, and small. And I'm walking through. Mind you, nobody's been stopped from what I can see. But they stopped me and asked me for my passport. There's 2 guys. Now I'm only talking to one. So he asked me for my passport. I handed it to him. He asked me all the relevant questions. What ports did I go to? What did I buy? What's in my bag? Where do I live? Did I buy any pharmaceuticals? Things of that nature that you would expect them to ask you. Now, what they asked me next is what was kind of like, why is that relevant to this conversation? So he asked me what I do for a living. And I was like, I'm a content creator. And he asked me for my handle. He asked me what type of content I create. And I was like, I told him my handle, spelled it out for him and everything. Tell him I create content with my family. I do some cooking and all that stuff. And mind you, the whole interaction felt like it was like 5 or 10 minutes, but it honestly could be maybe like 2 or 3, Anyways, I'm talking to this guy and I don't remember what else was said, but I do remember the guy off to the side, which was the other guy, was like, Miss Cora. And he yells it out pretty loud. He goes, Miss Cora, you're famous. And the guy that I'm speaking to hands me back. There was nothing else said. He hands me back my passport and, says I can go. And later on, after everything settled down, because at this, my heart's pounding because being stopped by Border Patrol is just so scary. Thinking over everything that's happening. And my husband's like, well, maybe he just thought you were pretty and he just wanted to know more about you. I'm like, okay, but if I wasn't on social media and my job was something else, how would this have gone? Anyways, has this happened to anybody else, or is it just?
If American citizens are being harassed or American children are being affected by this immigration policy, it needs to be at a minimum refined. Okay. These guys are a problem, and their problem is only going to grow. Donald Trump needs to get his head out of MAGA's ass and start using his 80-year-old brain. Oops, you know what? I thought I'd switch back.
ESPN, even that I didn't even work with, being able to freely talk about politics, that would make me feel some kind of way. And then like, oh, so they could do it, but I couldn't do it. But as I've gotten further removed from it, what I'm really struck by is the fact that it wasn't about politics and sports. It's a certain type of politics that they don't want to be talked about. You know, like Stephen A. Smith has been freely sharing his political opinions for some time. And listen, he doesn't need my permission, but that's fine. Like, share them. The problem is, I wonder if Stephen A. Smith's politics were aggressively left, would he still get that room to do that? And I don't think that, I don't think he would, right? Because what it does show you by who's allowed to have these kind of conversations in sports is that if your politics align with the people who make the decisions, then you're going to always have a certain amount of cover. My politics largely did not. And like my politics, I know Stephen A. considers himself a centrist. I am not a centrist. My politics they align at some points, but like really most of my politics do not align with his. I can't, Pat McAfee is interesting because he traffics in right-wing spaces, but I don't know for sure that he's actually a right-wing person or if he's just trafficking in the space.
Yeah.
Or he just has a show and a vibe that appeals to the right wing. But when you look across sports, and not just say ESPN, sports is very MAGA. And to me, it's always kind of been that way. And I sort of laugh when people thought that we ever went through some kind of really extended period where liberal politics were kind of the standard. It's like, no, that wasn't the case at all. You may have had pockets of it, but no, not really. It's always been this way. The people who run these companies and make these decisions are conservative people. And what they would rather give in to the loud minority than actually give in to the silent majority. And
That's
so
right.
like if they're loud enough and they get the impression that they're pissing off the people that they can most identify with, then they're going to make a different decision. So I pissed off the people that important people at ESPN and Disney identified with or could relate to. And that's why, we got to a point at the network where it just didn't feel like we were on the same page. And even though, sort of my direct boss, I would consider him more on the liberal side. The truth is like ESPN is representing a big company and they're part of the Disney empire. And that's a different position to be in. And so I'm really curious if there is some left version that comes along of Pat McAfee or even of Stephen A. Smith. Are they going to get the same latitude that these two get? But I don't think so, because I think in the world of sports, that's not considered to be a moneymaker.
But it's also such bad faith double standards that are openly at play. And I always you're a perfect example. And I'm so glad we're Stephen A. Smith. Oh, so Stephen A. Smith can openly tell people he wants to be the Joe Rogan and go on, right-wing media and go on Fox and praise Donald Trump and say whatever he wants to say. And that's okay. And Pat McAfee, like you said, like so many other of these bro influencers, right, in sports, in wellness, in comedy, can traffic quite openly with the MAGA sphere because they know it helps them with the revenue and their base, right? They dip their toes in and they can be political on everything, and that's okay. But Jamel comes in and speaks as a black woman from a liberal point of view, which is, again, like the majority. And whoa, just shut up and drivel. Just shut up and talk about stats and basketball and sports. And you see the same double standard happening with Epstein, right? It was because I've been following this for a while. It's only after Rupert Murdoch, that flaming liberal Jamel, who owns that communist rag, the Wall Street Journal, talked about it. And the MAGA sphere that got radicalized in part by the Bonginos and the Bongos and the Cash Patels and the others, once they gave the permission structure for corporate media to talk about this and Democrats to talk about it, now they're on it, right? When MAGA, in part, the America First movement said, hey, we're not really down with Israel committing genocide and bombing Iran. Then you saw, as of today, now all these people, after they've seen starving children and friggin', it's been happening for a year and a half, Jamal. I've been covering it. You've been seeing it. Now, finally, you see some people, now you see the New York Times saying, hey, maybe this is a step too far, right? And it goes back to, and I know people might not like hearing this, do our lives matter? Which, remember that phrase? Black lives matter. Not black lives are the best. Not like black lives are awesome. Hey, black lives matter, right? And America's like, nah. Hey, do Palestinian lives matter? And America's like, nah. Do women's lives matter? And America's like, nah. We have to worry about the economic anxiety of Chet in the Rust Belt, right? And to this day, Jamel, I was thinking about this yesterday because I've been saying this for several years, and still no editor has taken me up on this. I would love a mainstream paper or a news organization to do a big piece or ask for MAGA voters to go to urban diners and ask them why they don't vote for MAGA. I'm still waiting, Jamel. It's been 10 years. Do you think it's going to happen?
I don't think you're going to see that piece. Well, as it is, they act like the only people who live in these rural communities are white. And there's plenty of Black people and plenty of other diverse people who live in these communities who are subjected to a lot of these very heinous policies that have been enacted and really affect people who are vulnerable. And so, yeah, I'm waiting on that diner story too. And the thing that makes it so egregious to see how the media is covering this is that even, let's say Kamala Harris had won, I promise you, they would not be going to major urban centers and hanging out and figuring out all the reasons why Kamala Harris appeals to people. They would not do this. We get even more of those diner stories if she actually became the president. And it's like the media has learned to cover politics, sadly, like sports.
That's
and
right.
I don't think that's a good thing, is that, sports are games. And while they're important games, and we talk about important things in terms of the impacts and legacies of athletes and teams, and those are all, have its own level of importance. The problem is when you present politics like sports all the time, people don't understand what's always at stake. And your job as being a journalist is not only to uncover truth and accountability, but your job is also to explain to people the moment and the time and the context and the consequence of what we are in. And we have failed. I mean, this is probably, I would say this is a low point for journalism, but I don't even think it's a low point. Like, I say this all the time. I'm sort of half joking, but I'm like, RIP journalism. It was a good run.
Yeah.
It was a good run, because there's some things that we've normalized in mainstream media that we're never going to get back.
Donald Trump. We normalized Donald Trump. I didn't. You didn't. We did our parts not to, but you see corporate media bending the knee. CBS just bent the knee, bribed them. You see ABC bent the knee, CNN bent the knee. I was at CNN for a year. I saw the both sides, right? And I'm so glad you mentioned that sports analogy. Two teams, the left and the right, on equal sides. We're just going to be neutral empires. That's bullshit. Story framing, that's subjective. Who to bring on, that's subjective. How much coverage to get, that's subjective, right? How much space to give it, that's subjective. And furthermore, your job is not to sit there, one guy says it's raining, another guy says it's not raining. Well, that's the news for today. Your job is to stick your head out the window, see if it's raining or not, and then come back and say, why were you lying about it raining, right? And so we're seeing this. And what's so interesting is, I think that's the frustration with Epstein, with Trump. It was all out there, Jamel. It was all out there. And yet we couldn't talk about it. You had to do both sides. Hillary Clinton, her emails, Kamala Harris, her laugh, Obama, his birth certificate. And Donald Trump has gone to Obama. He's hit Obama, done the fake AI image of him being arrested, brought out Tulsi Gabbard to go after him, right? Do this bullshit conspiracy. He went after Oprah. He talked about Beyonce. He talked about the Washington Commanders. He released the files, but the wrong files. He released the files about MLK. Folks, it's like what, this is who he is. And this is what we've always been saying. And it's only because MAGA is the one leading the way that finally, this might be weakened. But I hope it's instructive. I agree with you. I think the Elie Mistal used to say this to me, and a few other people said this, that, when he was invited to MSNBC, everyone on that floor agreed with him. But the corporate floor, they didn't like him, right? It was like, that floor liked him, but the C-suite, the people in charge, they didn't like him. And these people seem to be aligned with whatever Trump represents, the greed, the cruelty, the racism, and the misogyny. And I have to ask you this, because this is trending right now, and I wasn't following it until I finally followed it. American Eagle. This is happening in the year 2025 as eugenics has gone mainstream, white nationalism has gone mainstream, Nazi conspiracies have gone mainstream. For those who aren't following, why this is trending everywhere today, American Eagles has an advertising campaign with actor Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney is known for her assets, okay? And those assets are being shown off in the American Eagle jeans. Fine, Sydney Sweeney, go get paid. It's not the first time that women have used their breasts and their ass, or that has been glorified. However, the great genes, literally and deliberately, she's also talking about great, Genes, right? Sydney Sweeney has great, Genes, and jeans is crossed out and replaced with jeans. Sydney Sweeney is very white, very blonde, has blue eyes, and it seems, based on what we found out, that this was a very deliberate, provocative campaign, and American Eagle knew what it was doing. Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, even eye color, Sweeney says before the camera pans up to her blue eyes. My genes are blue. What? All right. So this has, like, Doja Cat ripped it. Like, all these folks, especially black women, are like, yo, can you be less subtle next time? Your take, Jamel.
All right. At the risk of pissing people off, I got to be honest. When I watched it the first time, it didn't even occur to me. And some of this, but I also since then have found out a little bit more information. And I did not realize, because, I know Sydney Sweeney like a lot of other people do. Is like, obviously from her work. I've never seen Euphoria, but I am a big fan of White Lotus. So, like, I remember from White Lotus, she's also, I think, in Handmaid's Tale. And so, but I did not realize that she was this like MAGA right-wing darling, not because of anything necessarily that she did, but because that is, I guess, apparently a large percentage of her fan base. So there were like more layers to it than I initially.
And her family. I remember she shared a photo a couple of years ago of her family cookout.
Somebody had a Make America Great Again hat, and her explanation for it was that it was some kind of joke and that it really wasn't meant to be taken seriously. Listen, all I know is Tom Brady had a MAGA hat in his locker once. That's all I'm gonna say. And we have certainly seen him associate with Donald Trump since then.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, I say all this to say is, I think it's even if you look at it, and again, like I'll gladly throw myself under the bus even if you look at it and say to yourself, like, I didn't see anything. And once you start talking to people, and given that the time that we're
Look, we need to stop acting like we're surprised that America raises racists. Why is this even a big story? Of course she's a racist. America, I would actually say that one of its better exports is racism. Look, I keep saying that parenting is America's biggest problem, and it leaks out into so many different areas of American life. We need to stop doing this. Two people that are left on the left being surprised that a Sydney Sweeney or a Tom Brady have MAGA hats. We know what America is. We know who America is. And I would be much more interested in hearing them roast the shit out of a racist than, lament that America is full of racists. Roast the bitch. This is a better use of time. Roast the dumb motherfuckers and be done with it. Like I do on this show. I'll roast your racist ass and laugh when I do it and then move on. And speaking of roasting racists, please make sure that you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel, where it's the daily, it's always on the menu, 24 hours a day, used to be, and probably will be one of these days. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. If you're in the John Galt channel right now, hop over, do me a favor, hop over, subscribe, and share and like that channel. Then you can come on back over where you might be more comfortable. And make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. It's where John's channel, especially a lot of his street interviews, get clipped and displayed over and over and over and over and over again. Looking for the lesson that really isn't there, but you know, it is what it is. Make sure you support the channel. I'm sorry, make sure you support the host. It is what is it, Wednesday? It's getting close to the weekend. Can't wait till it gets here. And also make sure you support our executive producer, who actually Deacon Dave and Brian Nichols especially need to support Portia. She acceded to my request. So there we go. Let's listen to the rest of, and I kind of agree with Dave. You know, this is Victim Olympics. They ought to be roasting the racists, not lamenting that they're racist. We know what this country's made of.
In right now, it's such an overt, turbulent time. It's hard to trust that something isn't, because more likely now the messages were being sent, how they're framing things, and especially since we have this enormous movement in this country right now between the deportations and the fact that Stephen Miller is very outward to me about his white nationalism and his racism. It's not subtle and it's not covert, but there's a clear movement and a clear ideology about preserving a level of whiteness in this country. And so I think even if you probably wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt, the context of the country makes it hard to do that.
And I'm in the same boat. I don't follow this stuff. I'm like, all right, American Eagle chose Sydney Sweeney. She's going to get paid. She's hot. Guys like her. And, you know, she's going to use the next couple of years. And she's very smart with how she's marketing herself. And then I saw that the whole ad, I'm like, oh. And then this is where you probably need DEI in corporate America, because I would have advised them, you know, because I'm just finally reading it today, what that whole ad was about. I'm like, ugh. I said, if you had 3 beautiful actresses, a white actress, Sydney Sweeney, black actress, I don't know, a Latina, with the same exact words, Jamel, no one would have cared, right? No one would have cared. But the fact that you're entirely focused on blonde, blue-eyed, white Sydney Sweeney and saying this at this moment, I get it. And it's an anti-DEI, going against wokeness, and this reversion back to this, you know, romantic vision of America that, by the way, has never existed, which Donald Trump has always represented and now is cracking. So I wanted your take on that as well. I think we're on the same boat. I didn't realize and see it because I didn't pay too much attention to it. But more and more that I heard other people, and more I saw it, I'm like, yeah, maybe you should have some black people in American Eagles to tell you.
And it is, again, I think it boils down to really kind of a trust thing. Is
who the fuck wears?
We're in a moment now that there's such an assault on people.
Who the fuck wears American Eagle jeans? Are they a thing? There are young people in this chat. Why aren't y'all wearing Levi's or Wrangler or Lee? Who the fuck wears American Eagle jeans? Can you work in them? Ugh. This is actually, I have to agree, liberals doing hand wringing. Roast the bitch. Stop whining about the bitch.
Of color is such an assault on DEI and assault on anything that's basically not white, that even if something was meant to be benign, it's almost like we can't even take it that way, because we're in this constant kind of state of anxiety about everything else. So a simple jeans ad is not just a simple jeans ad anymore, because I get the play on words. I was like, oh, I get the play on words. It makes sense. All right, I got you. But in this moment, I think it's probably hard for those of us that are representing a marginalized community and a community feeling under attack to not look at these messages and not think that they're trying to send a larger intention about who they consider.
And by the way, stop this marginalized community bullshit. How about historically marginalized, if we have to use the term at all? This is actually starting to become a whiny annoyance. I think historically marginalized would be fair. I'm not enjoying this. We may have to move on. It's not sufficiently snarky enough.
To be from good genes, who they consider to be beautiful, who they consider to be American, most of all. And that is why I think even if you wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt, why it has been so difficult for people to do that.
And Andrew Breitbart, who was Steve Bannon before Steve Bannon, actually Steve Bannon's mentor, right-wing gadfly, said politics is downstream from culture. And Steve Bannon and Stephen Miller and MAGA understood that, which is why they are all up in culture and sports and wellness and.
And you know what? I guess I've just gone into cranky old man mode. Why the fuck do people turn their books around so you can see the fucking titles? Just put them normal. I think maybe this is all. Yeah, it's getting pretty much over. It's time to move on. I'm just fucking bored. Apparently, they're getting whinier towards the end. What is this? Pastry perfection? Discover the exciting craft behind world famous pastries. Why would I do that? Ooh, you know what? Let's watch her. And then while this is playing, I'll go find something more suitable. Now, this woman has a gut. Let me replay it a little bit. I bet I will not hear anything about this girl with the gut because she's white, more than likely. Look at her. She's got a gut. And who's going to say she's fat in this audience? No one will, because she's white. And one other thing, now I haven't watched a lot of this. Her name's Luba, I think, or at least that's her handle. One of the things I've noticed, speaking of guts, she always sits down to eat. And does she share her food? I only see her eating her own cooking with no one to share it with. So maybe that's why she has that gut. Yeah, this is the weird part. That's why she has that gut, I guess. She's gonna eat that whole pan by herself. Um, is that really healthy? Butter chicken that she's gonna eat by herself. Eek. Oh boy, she definitely got to. Oh, look, seeing her chew was the highlight of that film or of that video. Um, this is something that will bore some folks, but I'm gonna watch it anyway because I'm interested. I have a friend of mine that I have not seen in damn near 45 years. He was a senior, I believe, when I was a freshman in high school, and he went to Belmont Abbey. And I have no clue what he majored in or anything like that. But Belmont Abbey is a small Catholic college. I think it's in North Carolina. But anyway, as a matter of fact, I'm going to subscribe to it. I actually thought about going there, but I kind of figured, you know what, I've done first through 12th Catholic schools. I don't need I don't need another 4 years. So let's listen to this. It's called Above the Veil, Classical Education in the Black Community.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Joe Wysocki. I'm the Dean of the Honors College here, and welcome to the Conversatio podcast, the podcast of Belmont Abbey College. Today, I am absolutely delighted to be joined by my friend, Dr. Anika Prather, who was with us, 2 years ago, I think now, in the midst of COVID. She was our virtual speaker for a Jack Miller conference, but so wonderful to have her back. And we're going to have a great conversation. In the way of a brief introduction, Dr. Anika Prather earned her bachelor's degree from Howard University in elementary education. She also has earned several graduate degrees in education from New York University and Howard University. She has a master's in liberal arts from St. John's College in Annapolis and a PhD in English, theater, and literacy.
Dude, she got a liberal arts master's from St. John's. I had a professor when I was a junior in college who was a St. John's graduate, English class in upper level, which chemistry majors usually don't take, but I liked English. St. John's is hard as shit because you read all the, like, if you're gonna read, say the Divine Comedy, you read it in the original Italian, I think Italian, or maybe I can't remember. Was the Divine Comedy in Italian? Because I think Dante wrote in vernacular, or maybe it was Latin. I can't remember. But you don't read a book about the theory of relativity. You read the theory of relativity. That shit is hard. And so let's have a look at this woman.
Education from the University of Maryland. Her research is on building literacy with the African-American students, through engagement in the books of the canon, and self-published her book, Living in the Constellation of the Canon, The Lived Experiences of African-American Students Reading Great Books Literature. She's also co-author for The Black Intellectual Tradition with Dr. Angel Parham. She has served as a teacher, supervisor for student teachers, director of education, and head of school. Currently, she's a sought-after speaker on the topic of the relevancy of classical studies to the Black community. She teaches in the English department at Howard University, serves as director of high-quality curriculum instruction at Johns Hopkins University, and is founder of the Living Water School located in Southern Maryland. The Living Water School is a unique Christian school for independent learners based on the educational philosophies of classical education and the Sudbury model. In the spring of 2022, Anika and her husband Damon opened the Living Water Center, where activities for the Living Water School, book talks, and other events are hosted. Dr. Prather is married to Damon Prather, an engineer, and has an MBA from Wisconsin-Madison. Dr. Prather and I serve on a couple of boards together, but we usually just get to see each other in the context of these meetings, and so it's wonderful to have you back for a conversation. I just want to begin with just sort of asking you to tell us a little bit about your journey to all of that work that I've just laid out in terms of the Black intellectual tradition and great books. And yeah, tell us a bit about yourself.
My journey started through my parents. I feel like everyone knows my parents, even though a lot of people have not met them personally because I talked about them so much. They're so inspirational in this journey. You know, growing up, they wouldn't have called it classical education. I don't think they realized that's what they were doing. My brother and I both went to Christian schools, but at home, they would extend that education to us just reading all types of literature, especially various works of the canon. And a favorite of our family would be Tolkien or C.S. Lewis, but many others. Shakespeare. You know, I grew up just doing all of these great
weird people
and authors, and also ancient and theologians as well. My father was really big on me just having access to that, and they just fed us this. And and growing up, I didn't realize this is what they were giving me until I started my dissertation, that's what they had done. And so fast forward from my growing up years, when I was in grad school at NYU, they decided to start a classical school in a predominantly Black and low income neighborhood here in PG County. And forgetting that upbringing, I thought, what are you doing? Like, this literature is irrelevant
that's John's
to our
favorite
people.
county.
And it's so interesting that I felt that way because, every house I grew up in, I remember my mom, when we would look, I lived in like 2 different houses. And every time we moved, my mom would look for where she could put a library or if the house had a library already. The library was the center of our family. And it's always been massive. And it always was unsegregated. It was just, I might have a Bible next to the Book of Mormon, Malcolm X next to Shakespeare, Angela Davis next to Watchman Nee, and they just had this massive library that I grew up paying attention to. I would pull books off and kind of read through things and learn for myself. And so it made sense as I started my research on my dissertation about the relevancy of this. It made sense that my parents would eventually want to start a school. And so they chose classical education because they were at a Christian conference. We all were at a retreat center. And they just saw this little pamphlet from the Association of Classical Christian Schools that said how to start a classical school, something like that. My mom took it's a little rectangle pamphlet, and she and my dad read it that whole week we're at the conference. They got home from the conference and contacted ACCS. ACCS sent them everything they needed. And my mom and dad ran that school for 10 years. I was a public school teacher by the time I finally started, working full-time in Montgomery County Public Schools here in Maryland. And, after a while, my mom just kept asking me, could you please come help us? Can you help us? We'll help you. I know it's a pay cut. We'll help you with any bills that you have. If you could just help us, we need your background to help us. And long story short, I did. I left public school, took a leap of faith. It was a very hard decision, but probably the best decision. That's where I found my purpose. And I came in as the performing arts teacher, teaching music and drama, because that was my background. And then eventually took on the Great Books class, where I would incorporate music and drama into the Great Books class, where the students would read various works of the canon, and then we would end the year creating an original production written by students that captured all the various themes we discussed during the year. And so it was a really powerful experience. And I did that for about 6 years, up until the school closed down, and thought I was done with that world. My children were toddlers, 3 and under, ages 3 and under, and putting them in school wasn't really at the forefront of my mind. They were staying with my mom while I was at work. I was a principal then. And it came time for my oldest son to start kindergarten. And I realized that, I'm not gonna be able to homeschool. Where will I put him? Because he has to have a classical education. He has to have this education that I grew up having, even though I didn't realize that's what I was having. And the work we did together with my parents, I wanted him to have that. And so then I did a search, just trying, starting a school. No one in their right mind would start out saying, I want to start a school. It's really, anyone who says that is either very prideful or insane. So I did not want to start a school. I had no desire to be a leader of a school. My favorite job has been being a kindergarten teacher. That I could have done that till retirement, but that God had other plans. But I realized that there was nothing for my son, who was African American, to have a classical education that also celebrated his heritage and created a connection to his heritage. So I started the Living Water School almost 9 years ago. And it is still running. It goes from K to 12th grade. And we just got a building we rented, but it's our first building. We're not renting from a church. We're not renting classrooms from a church anymore. We have an actual building, and it's a hybrid. It's online for a lot of classes, and then we also meet in person during the week. And they get a classical education that is truly classical. I was trained in Dorothy Sayers, the Trivium, a really more standardized approach to classical education with some color sprinkled in like pixie dust. And so it becomes this magical combination where they are learning about the classical tradition as well as how Black history connects to that tradition. Yeah.
Wonderful. I appreciate your remark about those trying to start schools are either prideful or insane. I'm on a board right now that is looking to found a classical school in Gaston County. I hope I fall into the insane rather than the prideful category, but absolutely. I don't think anybody goes, this sounds fun. They go, no, this is responding to a need that is deeply there. Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly it.
Well, great.
Yeah.
I just want to pick up on some of your remarks about your own story to talk a little bit. I mean, we have so much I could talk with you about, but we only have half an hour. This semester, I am teaching the senior year honors college course on education. It's a Great Books on Education course. And I loved what you said about your non-segregated bookshelf. In some ways, that's the way this course is. We begin with Plato and Aristotle on education. We do St. Augustine, St. Thomas Aquinas, Locke, and Rousseau. And then we move on to some of Booker T. Washington's Up From Slavery, some of W.B. Du Bois, The Souls of Black Folk, and finally we end with St. John Henry Newman. And it's, I
need to steal that syllabus. I need to steal that syllabus. Yeah, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it is. It's the first time I've taught it. I've taught some of these texts before, but so excited to do it. But I wanted to talk with you in thinking about, as you mentioned, the Living Water School, incorporating the great books, the great tradition, thinking about freedom and an education for freedom, and thinking about that in terms of the Black intellectual tradition, and looking at these two authors who obviously, that is Washington and Du Bois, who are so important for the Black intellectual tradition, but I think are really universal. They raise these universal questions for us as Americans, especially those of us who are citizens in modern liberal democracies. How do we engage? How do we engage with the great books? But what type of education really is the most necessary, and what should our education look like? So before we maybe get into maybe some of the interesting debate and controversy, and how much of a controversy is there or conflict between Washington and Du Bois, could you give us just a little background about these authors, maybe beginning with Washington since he came first?
Yep. And as I talk about them, I'm going to end talking about where I stand with both of them too, and how I see their relevance. Although, as you know, Du Bois is my boyfriend, so I'm partial to Du Bois.
All right. Well, but by arguing for Washington, even though that I'm not sure where I stand on all of it. So go ahead.
So Booker T. Washington, his book Up From Slavery is really important to really understanding where he stood, number one, with classical education. So I'm gonna start off by saying this. He himself was classically educated, and he himself valued the canon. Yeah. But he was of the mindset that to speed up progress, we shouldn't do classical education in the broad scape of things in the Black community. He felt a quicker way to progress, safety, and self-preservation was to accept your space in the world until these things naturally work itself out. And which is kind of troublesome to me, because as you read his autobiography and other speeches, you recognize his brilliance and how somehow he didn't quite see why it was important to pass his educational experience on to his people in the way that he received it. I often wondered, look at what it did for you. You came up from slavery as a result of this type of education. One of the first things he does, he's been out of slavery just not that long. Maybe he might be in his late teens, early 20s. And I believe he's working at Hampton.
Yeah.
At the time, he's working his way through Hampton. And the first thing he does is build himself a bookshelf. That's one of the first things he does with his true freedom, is build himself a bookshelf where he would read different books. He favored autobiographies. He was a very intellectual, learned man. This is why he could speak the way he did. He could understand politics the way he did. This is why he could successfully start and run a university that is still in existence today. I mean, if you look at how Tuskegee became very self-sustaining. It came to the point where even though he was getting funding from different people, mostly from white Southerners, and as he said, some of his closest friends fought in the Confederacy, which when I read that, I had to pray. But, you know, and so he did receive funding from them, but he wasn't 100% dependent on that. What he did is he trained every student of Tuskegee in a trade. And so the student prepared the food. The farming, the food came from their own farm. It was a self-sustaining institution. This is why Tuskegee was so successful. And when we say trades, I also want to define trades. So this is where you do see him kind of sneak in intellectual strength, is that when we think trades, it wasn't just training in how to be a plumber or how to build a building or how to be a good maintenance person. Not that kind of, that was part of it, but they were architects, they were veterinarians, they were pilots, they were scientists. You know, a lot of research that is done was done early back then in medicine was done through Tuskegee. Also, but sometimes he would sacrifice his own people to do that research. That's a whole nother story. And so my point is that he really genuinely loved his people. We know that. That is unmistakable in anything he wrote. And I feel that love for his people was almost like a father over his children. Like he feared for our safety. He feared for our well-being. And so I'm saying that to say that I've had to learn, and my father had to really help me with this because I really struggled with Booker T. Washington, is that he was from the South. He was enslaved. He was constantly under death threats. At one point, some white supremacist group had put literally a contract out on his life for him to be killed.
Right.
And so he is dealing with all of that pressure. Like many of us would crack under just someone not, being unkind to us, but he was literally, he had children, he had a wife, he had these people he was responsible for educating. All of that was constantly in danger of some type of brutal, murderous attack. And he lived with that fear. And so what Booker T. Washington chose to do was to go a safer route. And he did that to preserve the work he was doing and also to preserve his life. And we can't fault him for that. And so when he recognized that white people of that time became very angry when Black people got a really good education to the point they would lynch. They thought they were smarter than them just for looking like they might think they are smarter than them. So he said, accept your place. Don't get involved in politics, because he was afraid with this fight for the right to vote. So many people were being killed and lynched over that. He's like, don't do that. Just, continue to work in the skills and trades you're learning here at Tuskegee so that you can gain at least the acceptance and respect of whites, because you're fulfilling a need that they have. You can be able to earn an income that provides for your family. And his thinking actually was instrumental in helping Black families, Black communities rise out of poverty. And they were pouring back into the economic structure of the nation. Although even though they were paying their taxes, they couldn't go in certain places because of Jim Crow. So the very things that they were paying, like, the very taxes they were paying to support various parts of their community, they couldn't be in those spaces. But Booker T. Washington said, be safe, preserve yourself, accept your place. And then his mentality began to go into the education of America. He began to really partner with the country's Board of Education, Department of Education. And that effort.
Wait, hold it. Department
and
of
this
Education.
is why Du Bois was fighting him constantly.
There was no Department of
essence,
Education
Booker T
back then.
actually won the fight. We see that the effects of that even now. This is why the classical renewal movement is fighting so hard. Some are fighting it for wrong reasons, and we know that. But there are some who genuinely feel like this is the best education for all free people. And we're fighting a battle because Booker T. Washington, along with the Department of Education of the United States, began to close down the classical curricula that was being taught in segregated schools. And so segregated schools began to bring in industrial education. Anna Julia Cooper also tried to fight against this. And I know we're not talking about her, but just kind of dropping that little nugget there. And when she refused, she was the principal of the M Street School, but this is important to understand this connection with Booker T. Washington. And she had a completely classical curriculum in that school in DC. She's the first Black principal of a public school in DC, M Street School. And she had the students speaking, writing, reading Latin fluently. They were reading all of the classics. They were learning rhetoric and logic. And these students would graduate and go to some of the top universities in the nation. They were sometimes the first Black person at this or that university. And Booker T. Washington and the Department of Education closed that down. They wanted her to stop. She refused to stop. And she lost her job. She was fired. And the other Black teachers of that school, and that were kind of in that community, one of them being Mary Church Terrell, instead of supporting Anna Julia Cooper's vision for why classical education is so important for every free man, they sided with Booker T. Washington, because Booker T. Washington at the time was probably the most powerful Black man in America. And Booker T. Washington had a relationship with America's leadership. And many people wanted to protect their status by not going against this powerful Black man. And so people like Du Bois, who ended up living in exile in Ghana, and Anna Julia Cooper, who ended up losing her job, they were outcasts. And so Booker T. Washington's philosophy of industrial education was, first of all, introduced into segregated schools. And eventually, the sad part about it is then with desegregation, that mentality of industrial education just was for everyone. It came into everyone because the mentality was, this is the best way for everyone to be educated. It's easier for everyone to just kind of find their place in America. And you began to educate for a job. You see, the work that you and I do, we're not educating for a job. We're educating so we can do any job. That we can accomplish anything. We're not educating for one specific career. Even teachers are taught now just how to teach. But I have a close friend who is a leader in a I'm not going to give you details, but she's a leader in a public school system. And she says her biggest struggle is most of her teachers don't like to read. And so how do you come out of a teacher preparation program and you have to teach reading, but you don't like to read yourself? And so that's because even fields like teaching are taught in this industrialized way. Teach them how to sit still in their desk, how to have classroom management, how to take a test, how to fill in the blank, how to turn in your paper and get an A. But where are we teaching them critical thinking? And that's something that, even though Booker T. Washington was trained in how to do that, or else how could he have been so successful? He did not pass that on to others. And so he chose another path for liberation and progress in America. And it included, and he says it in his autobiography, we don't need to know Latin. We don't need to sit around and just philosophize. I'm philosophize, I make that word up, but we don't need to just sit around and make up philosophy and talk about and think. We have to work. We have to make money. We have to take care of ourselves. We have to do. And so that was his philosophy, even though he himself saw the value of classical education. I think he just felt that it wouldn't work.
Maybe if you would talk a little bit about Du Bois and his response, and then I want to ask some questions because I want to, yeah, again, I'll try to maybe make the case a little for Booker T, and then you can we can have a good conversation. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So Du Bois is, you almost kind of look at Booker. Booker's all the way. Now, when I say left and right, please, no one think I'm talking about politics. I'm not talking about that. If you think about Booker, he's all the way to the one side. I'll say that to be safe. Everything's so triggering these days.
Yeah, yeah.
When you talk about Booker T. Washington, he's all the way on one side. Okay. But now when you talk about Du Bois, and I'm going to talk about him honestly too, even though I love him.
Yeah.
Du Bois was all the way on the other side. His thinking was, if you teach us to think, we will be rich enough to have somebody do the work for us. And so you're not learning these skills of survival and trade, because I am a person who believes in trade schools, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And so he believed that you get the education, you learn the classics, you learn Latin. And now I get his passion for teaching Latin. I feel it. Like I'm possibly doing some consulting work with a school that wants to turn classical that's serving a Black community, and they were trying to figure out what classes to start with. I said, please start with Latin. Because what you begin to see with Latin, when Black students learn Latin, they almost immediately gain access to a literacy that they feel has been distanced from them. When you teach those Latin roots and English derivatives, they begin to understand anything anyone's saying, anything that's written.
Yeah.
They begin to spell better. They begin to write better, as opposed to this kind of rote way of learning English grammar. They learn the basis for it. And so by giving that to them through Latin, they become extremely liberated, and they become very happy because they know something about the world around them that they didn't know before. So Du Bois talks a lot about the importance of Latin.
Yeah.
He talks about the trivium and quadrivium, and recognizing that young people, especially illiterate people, and even the reason why we can take Du Bois's writings and connect it to K-12 education is because he's just on the ends of slavery, right? He was never enslaved himself, but he knew people who were enslaved. Obviously, he knew Booker T. Washington. And so he is speaking to Black people who were coming out of a state of illiteracy. So it's almost like educating a K-12 person, because they're starting over. They were not citizens before. They were considered farm animals, really, before. I mean, that literally they were considered the slave. Like a lot of times people talk about enslaved people as if they were seen as human. They were seen just like someone would see a cow. So they went from being seen as an animal in our society that is bred and forced to work on a farm to, oh, now you're a human being and you have this freedom and you have access to some rights. And so Du Bois was saying this type of education, this classical education, is going to be the easiest and quickest way and the most effective way to get them, as he calls it, above the veil, that darkness. So when I tell people introduce Latin right away, one student even described this, I feel like there's a veil that's lifted. There's a darkness. See, when you're just in industrial education, you're just here. Anna Julia Cooper talks about you're just working to do the thing you've been doing for 400 years. Like you're just there. When you give someone access to classical education, they are elevated beyond the working hand to the thinking person. And this thinking person can be instrumental in making a lot of the major decisions of our society. They can be the authors of the books that educate the next generation. And so that is what Du Bois was an advocate for. And so that's what all of his essays, just about everything he writes, a lot of people don't realize, just about everything he writes, even though he was, I think, one of the co-founders of the NAACP, he was really big on civil rights. They think his writing is just about his fight for liberation and equality. But his writings, I would say, I haven't read anything that's outside of this context. And that context is his writings, yes, they're about civil rights and equality, of course, but his tool for that, or his process to gain that, was through classical education. Right. He felt that was the way to gain it. That is the way you find a seat at the table to make the decisions in our government. That is the way you find a place in academia to educate the next generation to rise above. That is the way you become that lawyer that can help overturn the laws that continue to discriminate against us. That was the way forward. And why is classical education that important? And here's a fact that I know everyone knows, but it's a fact that we're arguing about and we cannot change. That classical, if it was another situation, we could have another discussion, but we cannot change history. We can learn from history. And what do we learn from history? Is that classical education is in the very DNA of America.
Ooh, that part
and
I
we got to
disagree
process
with.
that for a minute. You can, like, I'm a human being. If you think about a living organism and they have DNA, and I think of America as a living, breathing thing. That's why we call her she, you know. It is, classical education is in her DNA. Now, someone's going to hear that and say, well, that means it's white supremacist. Classical education itself, as Aristotle understood it, as the ancients understood it, was not racist as we know it today. It was known oftentimes as being elitist, but it wasn't known to be racist. And honestly, all types of people had access to it, whether they snuck it over through the centuries, since beginning of time, they would have access to this type of learning, right? And we see women, like we look at Sappho, the great poetess from ancient Greece, she somehow gained access to this type of learning and became one of the most well-respected poets of her time, even though women weren't typically educated. So that elevated her. So that's an example of the past. And so that type of powerful education, the education of Aristotle, or as I believe it's Du Bois or Anna Julia Cooper says, this was the education that was laid before there was even a pharaoh.
Right.
It's from the beginning. That education was what was brought to America and laid the foundation of this land. It's why we have Latin mottos. It's why we have fraternities and sororities. It's in our language. Our language is made up of so many Latin derivatives or Latin roots. And so when we say that's irrelevant to our people, we are plunging everyone into a state of illiteracy. And so Du Bois, which all of his essays are seeking to unpack that and help us understand that. And even though we understand this type of education was misused to support a white supremacist ideology, we know that it was a misuse. It wasn't its definition. If that makes sense. You know, some people think that because it was misused, racism defines classical education. And this is something that Black people understood. This is why I was reading something last night about Paul Laurence Dunbar's mother. He's this great poet. Well, his mother would sit and listen to her enslaver, the one who held her captive, read poetry to his children. And she would go back and share that with Paul.
Yeah. And
so he became this phenomenal poet who wrote the masterpiece, We Wear the Mask That Grins and Lies. I think it says something like, it shields our face and hides our eyes, something like that. I'm trying to do it from memory. But he wrote this beautiful poem about what it's like to be in a society that sees you as inferior, and you have to kind of be behind this mask and smile. It grins and lies. It's, oh yes, okay, yeah, I'll accept my place. Right. But all the while you're hurting because you know that your brown skin is not seen as equal. And so that Paul Laurence Dunbar was classically educated. Yeah. And if you look back at Dunbar, Toni Morrison, Zora Neale Hurston, Martin Luther King, Du Bois, Huey P. Newton, Angela Davis, every single Black person who has written or done anything of any influence in our history, fighting for our liberation and equality, you are going to find the classical tradition in their history. Yeah. And we can't do anything about that. I know we're upset. I know we wish it could be different, but you can't rewrite that narrative. It's already been written. So what do we do with it? We learn from it. What do we learn from it? Well, we learn, as Du Bois was trying to say in many of his writings, that it is our bridge. This is why he says in that great opus to classical education, I sit with Shakespeare and he winces not. I walk arm in arm with Balzac and Dumas, and we glide in gilded halls. I summon Aristotle and what soul I will, and they all come graciously with no scorn nor condescension. So many people misunderstand him as being a communist or a person who was only about Black power, and he wasn't that. He really was thinking, that opus says it all, that classical education not only will help us progress, it will not only liberate us, but it will also connect us to those who at one time saw us as inferior. And maybe through this common knowledge that we have shared since the beginning of this country, some of us sneaking it, others having the rights to it because of their privilege, but we all have had it. And so it can connect all of us. It is our way forward. And so that's Du Bois. That's Booker T. Washington.
Yeah.
Where am I? I'm Anna Julia Cooper. She loved both of them.
Yeah.
And I see both of them are important. I think it is important for students, young people, to learn a trade, to learn how to do things with their hands and to take care of themselves. You know, I tell my husband all the time, my husband is brilliant. He's a chemical engineer and a computer engineer. He's brilliant, but he's also very literary. We love to talk about literature and write together. But man can fix anything. And I said, oh, you are so fine. I just love that you're smart and can use your hands. And I feel like Anna Julia Cooper was saying that we can be successful at both. Let's do both. So all of her education involved both.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, you're sort of hitting on some of my question. And part of it, I was wondering, my biggest intellectual influence tends to be Alexis de Tocqueville. And when I read The Souls of Black Folk for the first time, I found myself going, yes, right? I'm with you. And I didn't know Booker T. Washington's work. And so when in those chapters where he is sort of arguing against what he's doing, I found it very sympathetic. Obviously, I are both part of the movement now. And so, we have a sort of interest where we're like, yeah, this is what I do. And he likes what I do. And so this is great. But, Tocqueville has this really interesting, challenging chapter that every once in a while I have to ask myself the question, like, am I wrong or am I missing something? And Tocqueville has this line, and I love him on everything else, but he, in a way, kind of takes the Booker T. Washington line, which he says, it's good for some people in democracies to have advanced studies in Greek and Latin, but not for most people. In fact, most people, if you go too far and you don't teach them how to work, they're going to be they're going to be poor, and then they're going to be angry because they've learned all these things about justice and the highest good, and they don't have access to them. And so I guess my first question maybe would be, is there as much of a divide between the two as there is on the surface, or maybe as was seen at the time historically? And the reason I ask is, there's this speech by Booker T. Washington that he gives at a graduation, at a commencement at the Tuskegee school, where he's talking about cabbages.
Tuskegee?
And he's talking about, I give you an education in cabbage and how to cultivate it, and you can eat, and it's practical. But there's also something you learn about nature, like that. Even this kind of education in the common work can be dignified, can lead us to, and so it does both. And then, on the other hand, and maybe you can fill us in a little on this. I know there's that the piece by Du Bois on the talented 10th. So some would say, well, maybe Du Bois is not for how much liberal education does he want for everyone? And then does Booker T. Washington sort of open to more than, sometimes I think when we think of industrial education, you think of sort of soulless work on a what do you call it? A conveyor belt. Maybe there's something a little more there. So is there a way to sort of reconcile them?
It is. And I feel like, and this is not a plug for my school, but I really modeled it after Anna Julia Cooper's thinking. She was the president of a university called Frelinghuysen University. It's actually right around the corner. Like, her house is on one side of Howard University, and the building where Frelinghuysen University used to be is on the other side of Howard University. It's so interesting. And she believed, and she trained future teachers in the same mentality. So Nannie Helen Burroughs was one of her mentees. And Nannie Helen Burroughs, I think, was the first Black woman to start a school in the DC area. And the Nannie Helen Burroughs School believed in teaching classics and trades. Anna Julia Cooper believed at Frelinghuysen University it was more so like the first community college for Black people in the DC area, one of the first. And it's named after a senator who tried to stand against Andrew Johnson, Senator Frelinghuysen. Yeah. Andrew Johnson was trying to end Reconstruction, and Frelinghuysen was trying to stand against him. So that's the university. And she felt in that school, she had adult students, of course, she was teaching them trades and classics, because her thinking was you can do and think, you can do both at the same time. And you're right. At my school, the Living Water School, I push trade. I do push trade learn. I push trades. I push experiences and careers. And all of our students, before they graduate, they have to do an internship somewhere where they are doing. And I do that on purpose because in order to make sure but they all get a classical education, because education is for that classical education is for everyone. I even believe it's for the child who may have special needs. It's for the bilingual, the student who doesn't speak English as a first language. It is liberating for everyone. But, and I think this is where Du Bois got himself in trouble with that talented 10. I'm like, why did my boyfriend have to write it like that? So he wrote it, but I don't think he meant it to say only a few can. I think he more so means only a few may be able to. There were so many obstacles in the way of our even intellectual progress. And so there were going to be so many things in the way. And that's why I said Du Bois was so all the way over here. He didn't really have an answer for those who weren't able to have access to this type of education. And I think he almost saw it as these are ones who will lead us forward, and everyone else will kind of get lost. Booker T. Washington was like, well, what I have over here, everyone will be successful. For me, I feel if everyone has access to some form of classical learning, they learn to think for themselves, they learn to engage in the great questions of humanity. But then if they choose not to take it further, then they still have something to do with their hands, but yet they can sit down and enjoy a good book and discuss and talk and learn about the world around them, be open to all types of philosophies, and continue to build the soul of themselves. And so I think there has to be a marriage of the two.
Yeah. That's great. For me, I always, it seems that this may be an oversimplification, but I think of the liberal education part and its relationship to freedom as the liberal education helps us with self-knowledge, right? That's so important through reading the great books, through reading the classics. And Du Bois emphasizes that so much, right? We need these books that help us to understand human nature, the nature of God. No, it's always seemed to me that the sort of tension and the sort of dialogue between the two leads to a sort of vitality today in terms of all of those things that we need to be free people, right? And so the question of the best education for newly freed slaves is a question that we don't freedom is not just something that we can rely on even today, and that we don't need to work for, that we don't need to be educated for, and that the two things together really, right, that is liberal education, which helps us with self-knowledge and critical thinking, but then that education of taking care of your own stuff, the building of your own buildings. That's the most, I love that part of Booker T. Washington, right? Where with young people, my own kids, right, who like, they leave their stuff outside in the rain and they don't, right? And like that idea of being a steward of your material things, right? And being able to not have a sort of throwaway culture, but one where you take care of those things. I feel like, that's that great thing that you get from Booker T. Washington, and maybe intellectually and historically, there's not an easy reconciliation, but I really appreciate what both of them have to offer.
Yes, and I'm so glad you said that. I want to use two examples of what we mean. Let's look at Henry David Thoreau when he wrote the book Walden, right? First of all, I think then he builds the cabin. So you see this, he's actually embodying what we're talking about. He is out there on Walden Pond, taking care of himself, working with his hands, but reading works of the canon and thinking critically. And from that experience comes this beautiful book that has blessed generations. I think Henry David Thoreau is an example of the marrying of the classical learning with the trade. He believed in working with his hands. And a good example of that, what we're saying right now, I'm kind of, as you're talking, as you were just sharing, Joseph, is kind of making me realize something even about my own family. So I have tried to live that out. And now you're really giving it a framework for me. So my kids, they all have their own chores, they have things to do, but they also raise rabbits. I know that people think I'm crazy, like as if I don't need something else to do. But what I've seen come from that responsibility, like I had to travel last weekend, but my kids made sure their rabbits were fed, their cages were clean, they had their water. They have bred rabbits. They have sold the baby rabbits to people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so there is, and that's kind of a practical example for anyone who's listening. But this is, we can't, I don't believe that we should just have kids sitting at a desk thinking all day. They need to do. Yeah. And so like, even at my school, our students have to do chores at the end of a school day. Yeah. They have to clean the building. And I often get students who've never been made to clean. I've gotten students in the school. So when I ask them to do a chore, they don't know how to clean. At the school, they learn how to clean a toilet. They learn how to take care of and vacuum a space. I had a student, big young man, who didn't understand how to lift heavy things. Like we had to teach him, and now he knows how to carry furniture around and set it up. And so there's this ora et labora. Even though it means pray and work, I'm thinking about praying as thinking, meditating. But we've got to do both. We've got to be in our minds and in our bodies too. And I think together, married together, you really develop a whole human being.
That's great. It seems like the best classical schools are doing this, right? Like you see, it's not we're going to philosophize and only read Plato and never, right, get out there. That's great. Yes. Well, thank you.
Yes. George Washington Carver is another great example of that. Now he was more a Tuskegee type person, but he was definitely an intellectual, Yeah. And look at, but he was doing with his hands, And so I think there is more power in the both. And if you look at people throughout history, you see the doing and you see the thinking.
Dr. Pradhan, there's so much more I want to talk with you about, and we'll have to do this again. I mean, I want to talk about the role. You mentioned ora et labora, and that comes from the Benedictine tradition of Belmont Abbey. We're Benedictine monks, and that's our, that's that Benedictine motto. And I would really love to, at some point, I want to get into the nitty gritty of like the politics, and I only mean not the partisan politics, but like, how do we move this forward? How do we convince people of what we're trying to do?
And I'm nervous because as you and I have been talking, this type of education is so valuable to everyone, but as a representative of the Black community, it is so important. And I am nervous about the politics of it. There's a danger of turning it away. And I'm feeling the resistance in my community to this type of education is growing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so I feel like the only way we're going to change that is if we really come together as a community and really allow us together to talk about this. I think it's still seen as, even if you have a school that is serving a diverse population, if the leadership and the founders are the ones pushing that, they're hiring the teachers, of course, it's still seen as colonization. It's still seen as white people trying to colonize. If there's still this resistance to us being able to connect our heritage with this tradition as if it's irrelevant or inferior, there's going to continue to be that resistance. This tradition has liberated many people, not just in the West, all over the world. And it's really important for us to unpack that as a community if we're going to move forward, and to do that honestly. We don't want to just say, well, let's just expand the canon and throw everybody in there just because there's people of color. I'm not saying that, but really finding people of color who are actually engaged with this great conversation so that we can see that it really was for and about all of us. And we have to do that and share the space of leadership, share the space where decisions are made in this movement so that people of color, because I'm not kidding, I get emails now from people of color who say, I see that conference hardly has any Black people speaking, hardly any, they can see. We think that even though you may have an urban education path in your conference or in your organization, if they're not seeing Black and brown people a part of that journey, it's still communicating it is white supremacist. I hope that's okay to say.
I mean, that's always for me. I go, I love this movement. I'm involved in these different things. I travel, I recruit for the Honors College at the Abbey, so much from classical school. And it's overwhelmingly, right? It's overwhelmingly, the students I'm encountering are white, right?
Yeah.
And for me, I talk with you and Dr. Parham and I'm like, we're convinced, like, no, this is for everyone. The Du Bois line. Yes. And yet, right, like if a colleague comes to me and says, well, like, look, isn't this sort of white colonization, right? I mean, not a colleague at the Abbey, but yeah, like, look, what you're doing is this thing. And you say, well, no, it's not, because, right, listen to Dr. Prather, and they say, but look at the numbers, right? Look at the, so.
They're not being drawn. Like, even you and I have been having this conversation for 2 years. Overall, we've been a part of this movement for some years, right? I've been a part of this movement for 20-something years through my parents in 2000. They started the journey to start a classical school in 2000. It is 2023. And we still hardly have any schools that, or we still see, not schools, we still see a small number of people of color in this movement, celebrating this movement. And you can feel the reticence. I don't know, you can feel this struggle to figure out, how do we incorporate them? And I will tell you right now, people are very sensitive. You will not draw them if you don't bring them to the table.
Yeah.
If it's only, you're allowed to say this over here. You're allowed to come over here because we've already laid out the framework and now you can come speak what we want you to say. That's not going to bring people of color. People of color will come when they feel like they are literally a part of the movement and its process forward. And the danger is that after, you don't want people of color to say, since they're not willing to be that open, we're going to start our own. And that's not good, because then we're back into these segregated efforts. And that's not, classical education is not supposed to be segregated. It is supposed to be a common ground to bring us together. How do we do that honestly in this very tense season that we're in? It's hard.
I wonder if this sort of, I don't know. I'm thinking through things here, but I mean, it seems like the natural ally in terms of making the cases, like the link can be Christianity. Not that you can't have classical Christianity or a classical education without Christianity, but like, I heard a really great talk on the Black church and its role in racial reconciliation. And I was wondering, is it sort of by turning back to scripture, right? That you say, look, there's something that is old. There are these classic texts, not the scriptures like any other classic text, but do you find that the most sort of progress you make in making the case to Black communities is through Christian churches, or is there resistance there even?
It's hard to change the world, but in our small little community of Protestants and Catholics who share a common love of Jesus Christ and believe in his death, burial, and resurrection, we've got to kind of figure out how we can come together with diverse voices around this tradition that we believe and organize something that truly shows a united effort that is not connected to political terms, that's not connected to different philosophies and ideologies that are out, The main framework is our common humanity, our common faith, and our common love for these books. And that we just have honest conversations together, and that together we are educating educators, teaching educators on how to do this in a way that draws. I think about the scripture that says, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men unto me. Like, how do we do this in a way that draws all men to this wellspring of truth, goodness, and beauty as a Christian community? Our color of our skin, Joseph, you and I, does not bind us together. It's the love of God, the love of Christ that connects us to one another. How do we use that as our root to have honest conversations about my true racist experiences, but yet I'm a part of this broader Christian community, and we can come together and fix this in a way that is completely different? And I think classical education has it there. We just have to come around it together.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am really looking forward to the getting into the difficult conversations, right? Because that's always we go to these classical conferences and everybody's on the same page, and we're trying to push the movement forward, and there's all the good parts. And now I want, like, let's get to the next level. Like, how are we really gonna figure this out together? And it's a challenge, but it's a great challenge. And I'm so grateful to you for being part of it.
Thank you.
We went way over time, but that's okay. Conversation was great. Yeah, thank you.
And thank you.
In signing off, I want to say thanks to all of our listeners. This has been the Conversatio podcast at Belmont Abbey. You can access this wherever you get your favorite podcasts, on Google and Apple. So thank you again, Dr. Prather, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
All right, take care. Thank you all.
All right, well, we're going to move smartly on to something that's more popular, apparently. So let's play this. Oh my Lord. Oh, she's not my friend. I don't like blood sausage that much. But the website is called Everyday Village. So apparently they do this every day. Yeah, this is what they plan on doing up in the Ozarks. No, that's probably blood and some sort of oats or something. She's making blood sausage, which not that big a fan of for sure. Well, I do know that blood is used in Africa. I can't remember whether it's blood sausage or something like that, but it might be blood they mix with milk. But there are tribes and traditions that include animal blood. Animal blood is actually pretty nutritious, from what I understand. Notice they all have German Shepherds. All right. Well, you know what? We are down to 5 people, and I'm thinking, let's see, how long is this video? Yeah, I think I'll save it for tomorrow. So everybody, please make sure you, I will see you all hopefully at the regular time tomorrow morning, 5:45 or so. So y'all have a good day.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.